welcome back with the Prime. What's the keybind? F5. Just open up a blank notepad document right now and press F5. Props to the DF streamers. Some of us are trying. All right. Since the rest of the internet's down, we might as well start streaming some DF. So we're playing Longdeath. This is a very, to anybody who hasn't seen this fort before, if there are some of you in the chat, this fort is very abnormal. By that I mean it is currently 375 years old, and it doesn't have very many dwarves in it. It's a longevity fort that exists in complete peace with all other factions in the world, and we're trying to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So if you have questions about DF, I can answer and give you examples in this fort, but the actual day-to-day and minute-to-minute of this fort is not exactly representative of a normal fort in Dwarf Fort, considering the entirety of our industry right now exists to import gold, electrum, and orthoclase so that I can make pretty pictures on the floor. So, like, that's basically all that this fort is. And cleaning up blocks and things down in the basement down here. So we are trying to turn all of these boulders down here into crafts. We're trying to get rid of all of the stone in here and smelt a lot of stuff. And yeah, it's a nightmare, and there's a lot of it, so. You're the one who hasn't seen it? If you haven't seen this fort, raise your hand. Just press 1. Let's fly up to the top of the fort, and I'll do a very brief overview. Very brief overview, and then we'll read the dwarves who are alive. This is where I keep the bees. Sometimes I make mead, but over the last couple hundred years, I've been lazy and haven't. This is the upper layer with the automatic waterfall, the tavern, the king's throne room at the top, the metalsmith's guild on the right, and the library on the left. Temple is the shiny thing in the middle. Yes, that's a tube of lava that goes all the way down to the center of the earth. It took a long time, don't ask. This is ground level. Over on the left is where we have cows. In the middle, we have cougars. And at the top, we have unicorns. Still trying to get bears, and we can have everything. That's an aqueduct in the middle. The upper walkways. The fort itself is a giant open pit. We have a tower on the left side. I built it because I was bored. That's usually why I build most things in this fort, is because I was bored. This is like the old library and the old temple and the old guild halls that don't get used so much anymore. Food storage right here in the middle. The main layers. We have our hospital is the little building in like kind of the top right-ish. We have the king's bedroom in the top middle. We have the mayor's room, and his wife is very messy, as you can tell, because like look at all of this fucking clothing. Ridiculous. Then as we scroll down a few layers, this is where junk and random garbage and crap is stored. This is where we put the bodies and memorial statues. This is a maze I built once because I was bored. This is power generation in the emergency bunker that we hide in case we get attacked by something that could possibly kill us, but I don't think that's ever actually going to happen now. Apparently a wild boar is fighting. Down here is water drainage. Down here is the coin storage, and then upper lava reservoir thingy for what's going to be a giant obsidian printer down at the bottom of this. Down here is, it's not quite everywhere. Oh, that's like your wife, yeah. Fair enough. They're not everywhere. They're just where the mayor lives, so it's not so bad. Down here is the metal bar storage, more metal bar storage, and ore storage. Down here is the forges. Down here is the reservoir for lava. First cavern layer, which we've cleaned with lava a couple times. Down here is the second cavern layer. We haven't actually dug down to the third cavern layer yet, but this is the tube of lava that goes all the way down to here, which is the reservoir, which goes down to here, and this is the lowest that we've gone. No, we haven't dug too deep. No, we haven't hit the third cavern layer. Yes, we're playing it very, very, very safely. As far as, looks like it's winter. It is currently early winter, if anybody's wondering. The named dwarves in the fort are Pilot, Axon, Jimmy, Tibby, Quevenir, Lilam Katsu, Anthony, Banana, Balinor, Nanochip, Kryvan, Marfry, Diamond Destruct, Anonymous, Massive, Volleylol, Aqua, Letharticus, Navy, Reinhardt, Tygo, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Weave, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, Zetsuki, LaFonda, Do It, Tele B, The Skoid, Malden, IDZ, Athros II, Mar, The Space Pirate, Krabicus, Merc, Elomino, Red Octo, Bellinair, and of course Whitcoat. Some of them are like destroyed, depressed. If you heard your name get called, that means you're alive. And if you want me to look up your dwarf and read about them, let me know. Current population is 42, which is actually the highest we've had in a while. Including the merchants, we have 52. So we got 10 merchants in the port. It's the labyrinth, yeah, including 3 Ettins, 2 giants, a dead cyclops, and a minotaur for scale. That's what I'm going to start saying about the minotaur. It's a minotaur for scale. It's like a banana for scale, but instead it's a minotaur. Like, how many minotaurs can you fit in your maze? So, yeah, port's going all right, I would say. And Stone is annoyed when caught in a stone storm, apparently. A stone storm? A snowstorm. Felt pleasure remembering a satisfying acquisition and was satisfied at work. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and has an incredibly calm demeanor. Oh, also, all of this was done without DF hack, and it's just vanilla. Like Cupo, but in vanilla. Cupo makes much prettier looking things. Although part of that is because he uses ASCII, and ASCII's beautiful. And he also has the extra colors. And he has, like, wizard powers that makes things become colors, which I don't have. This is one version behind. I could move it up to the most recent version. There's no bugs involved, but I'm currently leaving it in the current version. Although, if there's a way to make this fortress compatible with the Steam version whenever Premium comes out, I would be inclined to try it, to move it up to Premium. But currently, it's one version behind, which is actually harder, because the game got quite a bit easier between those 2 versions, because they rebalanced stress and changed how food works and allowed for a lot more conversations and things. Yeah, this fort was founded in late August 2020, so you couldn't figure out stairs? Up, downstairs. Go all the way through the layer and put a hole in the ceiling and a hole in the floor. Downstairs, just put a hole in the floor going down. So you can do downstairs into an upstair or downstairs into an up downstairs into an upstair. Upstairs only puts a hole in the ceiling. That's stairs. It's exactly the same the way that the stairs work in The Sims. Except it's on a flat plane, so it hurts the brain. Flat plane hurts the membrane. How old is this fort? 375 years old. Meaning we're over a third done. You've lost months to Dwarf Fortress. You're not keen on striking the earth again? Eh, then don't. Fine. Nobody's forcing you to play a video game. You got in the car and Britney Spears was on the radio? Hey, depending on the song, Britney Spears slaps, dude. Come on. Every now, like, she's got some bangers. I got nothing against Britney. He's fine. Like, for every banger she has insufferably terrible stuff, but hey, you know, what it is. It's fine. Do it. You're a good little dwarf. Haven't gone nuts, even though you've been resentful for a really long time about getting into arguments over prognosis, I think. So what are we currently working on? Does the king want anything? The king doesn't want anything. The mayor doesn't want anything. All right. I think I'm just giving the dwarves a break period right now, actually, if I remember correctly. So I think we'll just what time of year are we in? Early winter? Let's just lock the dwarves in the tavern for the remainder of the year, I think. As somebody who doesn't have OCD of any form, I can't relate. So you're right, I don't understand. You are absolutely correct. I do not understand. Although, before I really dive into just playing dwarfs, I'm just looking for this tweet because I've got some real bad news, chat. Some real bad news coming from front lines in Ukraine, which is, I'm just scrolling down looking for this tweet. Where did it go? Here it is. They have banned alcohol sales in Kiev. And this guy, who's a freelance reporter on the front lines in Kiev, was tweeting out pictures at the beginning of the conflict of a mini fridge just full of beer and like some fruit and a few snacks. He's like, only the bare essentials. He's just like, how am I supposed to survive? You poor soul. Pray for this man. Be like dwarves trying to survive. But yeah, so I can't turn on the tavern currently, unfortunately. But you know, we've got all sorts of great things like this unicorn bone spear. How do I manage all what's going on? By knowing how the game works. I must have all the hotkeys memorized. I mean, you don't need to memorize them. Like, yes, I do have all the hotkeys memorized, but you don't need to memorize them. It's just a list right there. You can read them. So, like, if you need to build something, you go to the building menu, and then you look in the building menu until you see what you need to build. Let's say we need to build a table, so I hit T, and then I can build a table. Like, the hotkeys are all there. Like, there is nothing that needs to be memorized. I mean, obviously, like, keystrokes like UMQ or JMQ, you kind of just learn, or OBO, or DBD, or what, like capital L, lowercase, like, I don't know. You don't need to have them all memorized. Like, every now and again, I need to, like, brain check myself and be like, what was the hotkey combo for that? It's real funny when people are just like, what is the hotkey combo to dump stuff? And I'm like, and then I, like, sit down at the keyboard and I just do it, and I'm like, I guess it's DBD. Well, I don't know. You memorize hotkeys for software. Like how large and spacious my fortresses are. I find them easier to manage. Like, I don't like in real life, a little bit about me, I'm a little bit claustrophobic. I don't even like sleeping bags in particular. Like, when I'm not a Vim user, but like, I don't really like sleeping bags. Like, if I sit in a tight sleeping bag, even if I'm camping, I get antsy. I'm not super fond of it. So I don't like the thoughts of like super tight, like, hallways with like a lot of dwarves in them. So unless it's arrow keys. I mean, it's like riding a bike. Practice makes perfect. If you just keep doing it, you'll figure it out. Besides, like, DF hack still requires hotkeys. It's not like DF hack, it's not like DF hack is, what's the word? Automating the entire game for you. I guess, like, with Dwarf Therapist, yeah, that adds in stuff, but, you know, if we need a job, like, or if I can give a job to right now, I don't know. Let's see what Volleyball's doing. I mean, I don't know. Volley, what do you need? You're lonely after being away. You just want to help somebody. You want to help people. Do you have healthcare? Let's give you diagnosis. Maybe that'll help. The dwarves are all dancing. Let's see what they're performing. The Umber Sweetness is a social group dance originating in the Fragrant Bear, an elven civilization. The form guides the dancers during improvised performances, and the dance is accompanied by a composition of the Mirth of Tresses. I'm not sure who wrote that. The dancers perform a loosely mingled turning counterclockwise, moving to the music's lebio rhythm. Don't know what that word means. And the understated dance is punctuated by passive movement along the line of the dance in sinuous leftward bends. All right. Apparently, the singer always does the counterpoint melody, and it should be spirited. The enra always provides the rhythm, and should build as the performance proceeds. And each Wi-Fi, and each always does the main melody and should feel mournful. And the rally woe always provides the rhythm and should be forceful. The Mirth of Tresses has the following structure: a passage and an additional passage. The structure of a passage and an additional passage. A passage and a passage is the structure of the playing. I mean, the keybinds for DF are fiddly, but like with liberal usage of the pause button and keeping the tab menu up, like it's not that bad. Like the fact that you just need to press spacebar and the game pauses, and then you're like, all right, what do I need to do here? Once you realize that it's like V to look at a dwarf, T to look in a thing and see what an object is doing, and Q to select a thing and queue it up to do something. It's like, K to look, L to look at all of your different rooms. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. But for me, like, learning the basics of DF enough to be able to just use the hotkeys and get by was like maybe a 10-hour learning curve. Not in this fort at all. I use traffic areas if there is deep water that I'm flooding and draining, or if there is a large body of water that freezes that dwarves can fall into when it thaws. So if there's like a dangerous zone that sometimes is floor and sometimes is not floor, I will restrict that zone. But outside of, or if I'm using minecarts, I will like change priorities to make priority zones off of the minecart tracks and stuff. But outside of that, like I never use them. They were super helpful for frame rate stuff back in like 2016 and earlier, but since the pathing fixes, like it's gotten a lot better. Like the pathing isn't like perfect, but it's unpredictable and kind of silly in places, but it's unpredictable in a way that I like, so it doesn't bother me at all. And as long as like you give them nice wide hallways and they can path around each other easily and you don't have like one square wide stairwells, like you're generally fine. And get upset when you use the K button and you can't change a dwarf's labor through that? Oh, really? Oh, you always just try and hit the look button and then look at a dwarf? Yeah, well, I mean, you have to hit V to look at a dwarf. Although I think that, can't you like select somebody through this menu? Yeah, you can also hit like the units menu and then either V to view the unit, which takes you to this menu, or Z to go to the unit, which is funny because when you're on the unit page, it's then Z a second time to then view it instead of V, whereas V in this contextual space is view it. Don't worry about it. But it's exactly two upset hotkeys that in two different menus do the exact opposite thing. But yeah, you can actually hit like UZ to get to that. So say like you want, I don't know, Malden, the child, know where that dwarf is or give them a job. Well, you can't, but you can find out what they're wearing. Let's see, you've got socks, you got trousers, you got mittens, you got a vest and a cloak and 2 shoes, good, and a hood. Work time, don't work too hard, pilot. Enjoy those happy face socks. They're happy so that you don't have to be. Also, now would be a good time to test your sound command, pilot, see how hearable it is. I mean, it's just like anything, right? It's like once you're used to using it, it's fine. Riding a bike is difficult until you learn how to not fall off of it, right? It's just like the hotkeys in Dwarf Fortress are perfectly logical once you learn them. Clear prop. That actually sounds good volume for me, I think. We'll see when we see a pilot. Cheers. Is Discord still down? Yep, still time to go outside, apparently. I will politely decline that statement of it's time to go outside from Discord because it is very cold outside and raining. So, that. So you'll decline as well? Yeah, which is why I went grocery shopping yesterday. But I did actually get rained on while I was grocery shopping yesterday. Pain on Major Nerd. We're waiting until spring. That's currently what we're doing. These dwarves need a break. I'm also keeping an eye on the depressed and injured ones. Making sure they don't do anything silly. Also keeping an eye on this menu, so that I know what my nobles need. You too? Oh, I'm referring to the dwarves in DF. We're waiting for spring because these dwarves need a break. Just like in real life, yes. Waiting for spring. Discord has no idea what's going wrong. I mean, Discord's not the only thing that's down right now. Spotify is down. You can't log into Spotify currently. Which is actually kind of amazing. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen. It's unfortunate that Facebook wouldn't do us the service of just going down. They should join the cool kids right now and just go offline. Although Facebook went down for like an hour days ago or something. Your secret in your recent run, a zombie horde approached your fort, and you saw that their weapon counts was in your stock as well, and you learned how to give the dwarves a specific weapon. Too bad I had none. Yeah. If there's people on your map their inventory appears in your stock screen. Yeah. You're currently YouTubing your background music? Yeah, mine's all coming from a noise generator, so. But yeah, no, a lot of stuff is down right now. I mean, 2.39 million people are tweeting about Spotify being down. There's an article on Variety about Spotify being down. Yeah. Buy your music on Bandcamp and support the artists? Yes, this. Speaking of Bandcamp, I'm just going to link this again because it's a good bundle. If you like jazz, you're like me and you enjoy some jazz from time to time, this bundle exists. There's music for Ukraine. It's a little compilation of various jazz tracks from artists on the We Jazz label, which is a lot of like improv and very avant-garde jazz. $7 and all the profits go to Ukraine. So, really good little grab bag of jazz from Finland. Or just, buy 1,000 games on itch. Yeah, my Discord's fully down now, it looks like. Rip. More than 10 minutes. I'd say about an hour now. Spotify's been down. At least I noticed about an hour ago. It's because Discord, yeah, well, there's a lot of space in space. Mandate from my mayor? What's that? Export of doors is prohibited. Sure, sir, I'm sure we can work with that. Laughs in YouTube music. Laughs in was literally listening to a record while that went down. Just wait, it's only a matter of time before YouTube goes down. And that's definitely happened before. Uh-oh. Squad are you in, Jimmy? To me, what's the name of it? The Smiths of Armor? This fixes this problem. There's this problem where really depressed dwarves can sometimes get stuck if there's burrows turned on. So I actually have this squad set up that gives them no armor and no weapons and nothing, so that all that they do is get unstuck when they're stuck during them being super depressed. So all they do when they are set in an idle squad is take care of themselves. So this dwarf can go speak with the mayor, do what he needs to do, cry on somebody in charge, and keep from getting real mad and upset. And he also puts his weapons down because he's assigned to have no armor and no weapons on this squad. YouTube comment of music asking why it wasn't on Spotify, and I was listening to it, and I was like, I mean, I know a band whose none of their music is on Spotify, and on their Bandcamp, they actually have a note that says, sometimes people ask us why our music isn't on Spotify, and it's because fuck Spotify, they're a terrible company. We give our music away for free. If you like us, buy a fucking t-shirt. Now shut up. I respect it. Shoutouts to Dope Throne. Fantastic Canadian band. Hey, we got a dwarf who's singing. What are you singing? Poet of Phrases is a form of music for entertainment originating in the Confederacy of Sport, a human civilization. Singer always does harmony, the innie always does harmony and should be merry. Each maben always does the main melody and should be merry, and each gelum provides the rhythm and should be graceful. The fun thing about any mabins and gilums, they're three different procedurally generated musical instruments. We have multiples of all of them in these forts, and most of my dwarves know how to play them too. I don't know if anybody is in this instance right now, but while that dwarf is singing, theoretically, they could play along with him, but it doesn't look like they are right now. He's just singing a solo piece currently. But I don't know. I mean, it comes right back to user loyalty for certain things, right, Stone? It's just like a lot of people won't play games if they're not on Steam. Like, you know those itch.io bundles that I've been talking about all day, right? There was one time, I want to say it was the Black Lives. It was either the Black Lives Matter bundle or the Palestine bundle. I can't remember which one. But when one of those bundles was running, there was somebody who actually bought one on here and then got really mad at us because they thought that they would get Steam keys for it. And then we had to explain, no, it's itch. It's on their own platform. It's on their own platform. And the person said that they were going to go seek a refund. And I don't think I've seen that person since. So, you know, it's a little shallow, I would say. Ridiculous. Yeah, that's one way to put it. How's Criven doing? Criven, you're one that we can still save. But you're... The problem is I have these dwarves that really want to help people. Like, they really, really, really want to work as a doctor, which is all right as a thought for a dwarf to have if you're constantly having fights. But because this fort is so old and there really isn't any fights happening ever, it's very difficult to satisfy the need of needing to help people. Dejected after being unable to help people. I literally can't do anything about that. I'm actually going to try this. We're going to add you to... Oh, no, you're in the Bear Fighters. Let's get the Bear Fighters training. The Bear Fighters is a squad of just wrestlers that I have that wear no armor. That train because those dwarves really want to practice some martial arts. So this is me giving them the opportunity for martial arts. Cause some more conflict. Easy. Bad for Longdeath, though. Not easy. That's an expletive? Asphyxiation? Trying to figure out what the definition of that is just by reading it.
Discord seems to have quit on us.
Discord and Spotify, to be specifically currently. I don't know of any other major apps that are down, but Discord and Spotify both seem to have kind of gone kaput. Lord Cucumber, thank you very much for the 27th month. Welcome back, dude. Good to have you around. Cheers, man. Oh, I understand. It's when you split words up like that? Huh. How am I? SoundCloud is still up? Well, that's because nobody uses it. At least nobody relevant, anyway. How am I? Pretty terrible. That's the honest response to that. But what's making me feel less terrible is the fact that since yesterday, itch.io's bundle for Ukraine has raised $1.3 million. When I woke up today, it was just above $1 million, meaning in like the 2.5-ish, 3 hours I've been awake today. It's about 3 hours I've been awake today. They've raised 300,000, which is making me really happy. It's about 500 games and a bunch of other random crap. So it's about 500 games, a bunch of tabletop stuff that's printable, and a bunch of assets and soundtracks and tools and other weird things. So it's a lot of games. Anyway, so that's making me kind of happier. But let's see, what else? Well, fuck. Apparently Beautiful Joe's soundtrack is up on Black Screen Records. Damn. Here's the linky. Linkaredo. What else? Also there's a bundle on itch for trans rights, which is $5, which is just tabletop games. So it's printable tabletop stuff. A little bit more niche there, but still interesting. I have this, which is a Tiltify campaign, which apparently got $100 at some point while I was not paying attention. Shoutouts to Raz. This is Blind is Helping, which can be found by typing in !! Ukraine, which just goes to Project Hope, which is helping people displaced in Ukraine right now. Which can be found by typing in Blind is Helping or just going beneath the stream where there's a link to that. So those are things that are making me feel slightly better about the state of the world. But aside from that, pretty fucking terrible. I mean, I did my taxes yesterday. So, you know, which I went and purchased fuel for, which made me feel less terrible. The fuel for being able to do taxes was 2 liters of beer. So that's good. The podcast has been doing all right, which is making me feel pretty good. The YouTube channel is doing all right, which is making me feel pretty good. Oh, you know, doing all right. Blind is Helping. Set up the new bot last night, which has some issues that we need to work out. Expletive asphyxiation. Expletive asphyxiation is a process in which an expletive or profanity is inserted into a word. Okay. Okay, so like an expletive asphyxiation would be like saying motherfucking instead of just fucking. I get it. Okay. So wait, would that make calling a Labrador a Labradoodle? Would that make that a dog asphyxiation? Or is that something else? Two very worthy donations made. Hell yeah, man. I should probably keep up the Blind is Helping link. Thanks, Cucumber. Cheers, man. But yeah, the as far as the Tiltify campaign I have going on, the goal doesn't matter and will move up accordingly, and it has no end date. So it's just going to go until it isn't needed anymore. I've heard of the first one and I'm aware of the first one. I've never played the first one, and I've heard of and am aware of the sequel. Nobody has convinced me to play it though, Hatch. However, I'm going to convince myself to stand up and use the toilet because apparently I need to pee. It happens around this time every day. I try and do it usually before I start playing Dwarfs, but that didn't happen because there was a train. So back in a sec. All right, I return. But yeah, I just don't know too much about Distant Worlds. It's one of those franchises where it's like I'm familiar with it, but I don't actually know a huge amount about it. Yeah, there is a little 4X-ish game I kind of want to try, but it's not a super deep one. So I don't know. I always have trouble streaming 4X games because I feel like people end up just getting. Oh my god. Fucking fuck off, Concerned Ape. Bah! It's 4 discs? Good god! I didn't realize there was that much music in Stardew Valley. Good lord, there's a lot of music in Stardew Valley. Ooh. That's a good soundtrack. Bad game, good soundtrack. Maybe this is more in my budget. God damn it. I wish I had more money. Says everybody. I don't have any music budget right now because I donated it all to charities this month, so I'll have to see what's available next month. I also have to pay taxes. So I don't have any disposable income currently. You lost interest before you actually learned how to play it? That's my concern with a lot of games like that. It's like the big problem that I have as a streamer is every single game I play, because of the types of games I play, right? Like Dwarf Fortress and super deep games, generally, the problem with these games is I could play probably just one of them for a year and not run out of shit to do. Like, I could just stop streaming all other games and only play Dwarf Fortress and not run out of stuff to do. I could probably just stop streaming Dwarf Fortress and play nothing but Caves of Cud for like half a year and be totally fine. I could probably only play Tome and not run out of shit to do for a year and a half, and I barely ever play Tome. It's like the majority of the games that I play, I could just sit down and play for forever. So whenever a new game comes out, it's always like a, do I have time? You know what I mean? Especially right now with like Soul Ash is now released and like people are making mods for that. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on the mods to see if like some of the issues that I have with that game get resolved either by patches or mods that people make for it. Because it seems to be doing rather well, even though like some people are kind of mixed on it. So, you know. But yeah, that's kind of my take on Distant Worlds 2. Distant Worlds 2 is one of those games where it's like, if there was an overwhelming demand from the entirety of my audience to play it, I would absolutely play it. But I haven't seen that, so because of that, I'm a little bit meh on it a little bit. Are you trying to attend a meeting? Yes, you are. All right, so we're going to toss you into the Smiths of Armor. Means you should snap out of it. But awareness of bad devs like today? Wait, what? What do you mean the patience of a 10-year-old self but the awareness of bad devs? What do you mean by the awareness of bad devs? You mean like being aware that EA games are bad people kind of thing? Or... No. I think I'm actually going to make an adjustment to you. Get rid of these 2 wall pieces, these 2 wall pieces, and these 2 wall pieces, and give them full access to that little stairwell instead of just the 2 doors. Thanks for the 25 cents, stupid. Cheers, man. Looking through devs and other projects to see... Oh, I understand, yeah. Yeah, that's... Being able to research a game's developer a little bit before you buy a game is one of the most valuable things ever in the current market of games. And also just being aware of, like, how to find good deals on games. Like, if we had something like this shit when I was little, like, this is one of the greatest things you could ever have if you were, like, I don't know, on a budget. Just, like, buying a bundle like this, it's like, you just have games for months. I wish that there was as many games and they were as accessible as they are right now when I was like a mid-teen with no money. Because, man, life would have been so much. I would have played so many more games than I did anyway. It's like demo discs just kind of didn't cut it. They just kind of didn't back in the day. At least not to the level that we have now. Also, chat, heads up, investments are open. Let's add this area into the celebrate room. There. Base levels of stairwells is actually good to have. We have mob-ins. Why are you simulating them? Still need to put an S at the end, yeah. I wonder if invest all works with this bot. Yeah, I don't think I'm gaining. But we'll see. Gonna need to go through and fix wire out the quirks with the new bot, which we definitely have. You poor, poor dwarf. You poor, poor dwarf. Just like running around wildly like a chicken with your head cut off. Oh, listening to a story? Who's telling this story? What story are you telling? You up at the top. Katsu is. Then how in the dwarf year 214, the dwarf Manom reigned portal became the Baron of the Ignited Creation. Good story. My dwarves are learning lore. You do not have enough to wager this amount. Oh no. You're gaining tickets you won earlier? Alright, well, there's that. But yeah, you're supposed to be gaining them from just watching the channel, but we're gonna have to, like I said, rewire some kinks out of the stream. There's also a few other things that are kind of bothering me about fix. I'm also really bothered buy one thing in Firebot. It's got this kind of the kind of Discord awful gray theming that I don't like. This like pseudo dark mode. It's always bothered me in Discord too, and just like Discord, their support for lighter themes are awful. And they are so bright that they are painful. There's like a difference between a well-made light mode and light mode that's just installed as a bad joke. And I don't know what it is, but there's so many Chromium apps that, or various like web apps that have light mode, but it is designed in such a way that it's just abjectly terrible. And as somebody who likes light mode and things, or bold fonts, everybody's obsessed with these super thin fonts and no font options, and everybody's obsessed with these fucking bright-ass white colors if you try and use light themes. And it drives me nuts because this bot has terrible support for the light themes, considering, like, certain menus are actually completely unusable because they don't work with the light theme. So you turn on the light theme, and then you go to open the settings menu, and it's like, oh, all of the text is the same color as the menu, so I can't actually use this menu, so I have to switch back to the dark theme. Hate it. I hate it. Damn, Stone. Design is done by folks that never consider that their eyesight will get worse. Yeah, and as somebody whose eyesight gets worse every year, it's quite frustrating to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. It is quite frustrating. We're into late winter, and then we can remove the dwarves from the tavern and get to work. I mean, it's just like Cogmind. Cogmind is a wonderfully well-made game and an absolutely incredible achievement of game design. But holy fuck, that UI is designed for ants. Like, it's just, it's so tiny. I need a fucking magnifying glass for everything. Even if I turn down the resolution of my monitor. It's bonkers. Drives me insane. I love that game in theory, but man, it hurts to play. That game is probably incredible, and I don't think I'll ever be able to see any of it. Because playing it for 4 hours, like, actually gives me eye strain. It's like I can play it for about 30 minutes and then it starts to get painful. And after that, it's just worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Like the white letters and an aquamarine background. Well, it's like, this is the chat. This is what this new bot looks like, right? That I'm using? Firebot? It looks like this. Which is fine to a degree, but I can't really read this chat for very long. Right? It doesn't have any font options. You can't change the font, at least that I've found. And if you go to the theme and you go to the light theme, they've managed to actually make a light mode that is worse than their dark mode. Like, I can't read their dark mode, but, like, I can't read any of this. Like, give me, like, a dimmer gray and then, like, bold letters, please, for your light mode. Like, come the fuck on. Drives me nuts. Why is the text so thin? You tell me. I don't know. Like, this bot seems great. Like, it's got some really cool features built into it, but man, it took me forever to set stuff up in it last night. Even though B-Lug did the majority of the heavy lifting, but I still had to, like, you know, tell it where to find the sound commands and whatnot. And it's like, just sitting there, like, hurting. Just give me a bold option. Everything needs a bold option. If everything had a bold option, my life would be so much easier. Spring has arrived. We can release the dwarves from the tavern. Good news, everybody. But, I mean, as an example, it's like I can do dark mode. Dwarf Fortress is like permanently in dark mode, right? But I just need a really bold font. Which is why I use light mode for everything. Because everything basically nothing wants to let me use bold fonts. And so I use light mode for everything because it's just easier for me to read like thin fonts on light mode. Most things use thin fonts. And the annual tribute from Busty Just Smock has arrived, and we can remove the dwarves from the celebration zones. But like the reason I use this font and not the default font is I can't read this font super easily for very long without getting eye strain. But this font, no problem. Press F12 and DF to swap between default and whatever font you're using. I'm not sure shooting wars have been fought over them, but there sure have been wars. What, for fonts? Just give me the option to use custom fonts in your fucking app. It's not that difficult. I don't care if it breaks your UX. Just let me set whatever font I want. Let me upload custom fonts. The more apps that have custom font support, the better. I don't care what font you use or what it looks like. I care what font I use and what it looks like. And stop like demonizing me for not using dark mode in most apps. Stone, we've got the beauty of it. Got your stuff. Let me know when you got it. That'll happen, Lake Bear. Yeah. Paperwork, yeah. Yeah. Dark mode is not a fix to your UI design problems. It's not. It never will be. God, hell yeah. Do you guys think that itch.io bundle will hit $2 million before I finish streaming? It's already at 1.4. I actually haven't bought it yet. I will buy it, though. Because it's up for another 9 days. I'm waiting on Twitch payday. I don't really have spare money to spend until then, and so I'm kind of waiting. But I will pick it up. It's budget season for me, so I have to be smart. All right. Dwarves are all picking up clothing. Everybody's got good quality clothing on. Let's get these smoothed. You bought it? You ain't logged in to Itch and Yonks? Assuming it's up. If you want a easy little manager to manage your Itch games, just go to itch.io/app. Yeah, but I need to have the cash on hand to be able to buy it. So yes, I'm aware it's a deductible for me, but I still need to have the money, and I don't feel like putting it on my credit card. Because I don't like putting things on credit card. I have money allotted for things right now. Let's do diorite doors. My mayor keeps demanding doors and doesn't allow me to export doors. So I just have all of these doors lying around. Dude likes to start building doors everywhere. Like just attached to the side of a wall for no reason. Which I could actually do. Should I do that? Just go all the way along the outside of these walls with just like doors? Oh, same. But I have it long story short, I don't have enough money right now to go dropping money on things until I get paid on the 14th. So I will wait until the 14th. It's that simple. Also, I think any intelligent person with a credit card isn't ever like, I think there was one time I paid interest on my credit card, and that was because I fucked up, and it was like 40 cents. There was one time I missed a payment on my credit card, and it was because I was spending money on things. Since the Palestine bundle, that was a good reason to log into itch, to be fair. God, after talking to Zach and Tarn on Thursday, I'm so excited about getting children's chores. Because right now, all kids do is they walk around, they eat, they drink, and they play. That's all that they do. But they're going to be able to haul and construct things once they get chores, which I'm so excited. Can't wait. You have a debit card? I've got 2 debit cards and a credit card. And also, I should clarify that, yes, I did buy 2 liters of beer, but that firmly fit into my grocery budget. I accounted for it. It's okay. Yes, I bought 2 liters of beer yesterday, but that's part of the grocery budget. So it's an acceptable purchase. Nap time for you. You have a good nap. My neck to crack real bad, but it's refusing to. In my neck, and it's bothering me. So the thing that we need to import right now is electrum, brass, bismuth, bronze, and gold. We have electrum, brass, bismuth, bronze, or gold. Not rose gold. Bismuth, bronze. Hey. What else do I have? Brass, 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 brass. Nice. Nope, that's not brass. I've got 1 brass bar. All right. What else do I have? I got donkey soap. Not going to help me much here, though. How dare you leave to go speak with your wife who called? You had to bring up to speed for a bit? That's fine. You don't need to justify your AFK-ness. It's all good. You gotta vanish for a bit. You gotta vanish for a bit. That's how it goes. You try to be a loyal viewer. Leaving for 3 minutes and then apologizing for speaking your wife does not equal loyal viewer. What, for the count, Stone? I mean, if it's working now, it's possible that, like, yeah, it seems like it just vanished. Also, Discord seems to be coming back online. That's good. The elves have arrived to trade. Be a nice little trading sesh. How's the colony? Longdeath is going fine. Very slow, but it's going. Selling pots of food to the elves, random used clothing and crafts to the dwarves and humans, and not at war with anybody. It's going all right. Also, yes, it's a fortress, not a colony. You want to be a loyal viewer, don't call it a colony, because this ain't no fucking colony. This is very clearly a fortress. Very clearly a fortress. I can't decide if I'm freezing or sweating today. I know why, though. Because my coffee got kind of cool. My coffee was warm, and then I was warm, and now my coffee is warm, and now I'm chilly because I'm sipping a cold beverage and a hot beverage. Time to put on the morning coat and shiver like a little baby. It is cold in my apartment, though. Like maybe 12 degrees Celsius in here. I decided to get cold outside again. This dwarf claims that it is raining on them and it is annoying. You know what, dwarf? I understand your pain. It's a pity that the dwarves haven't developed the technology of umbrella. Looks like Poland made up its mind on those jets. They might lend/lease to a certain sovereign nation. Yeah, I read about that, but also apparently they're going to be flying them to Germany and then painting them first, which is interesting. Uh-oh. So I have this broker named Do It, right? Who is so obsessed with pondering prognosis that half the time I just have to demote him from his job for a bit. Also, the king wants crutches and picks. 1 crutch, 3 picks. So I'm just going to, like, replace you with the mayor briefly so that the job actually gets done. Crutch, wood, 1, pick, iron, 3. Yeah, no, you don't. Well, I mean, you could, but probably suboptimal for, world peace, right? But then again, I would also say that Russia just, like, invading Ukraine for very minimal logical reason. I would say that that's also not great for world peace. All right, let's trade with these elves. Oh, no, they're still unloading. You're normally done unloading by now. Why are you being so silly? Manager got the jobs assigned. But Lord Cucumber, it has been a little bit since I've seen you. What have you been playing recently? A little bit more of a positive subject here. I mean, I too have been also just doom scrolling for the past 2 weeks, but mostly Crusader Kings 3 when you get a chance. Gotcha. Little SnowRunner. Yeah, I'm just sitting here patiently waiting for the new patch for Odd Realm, because Odd Realm is that new patch is looking so good. Just waiting for it to release fully. Waiting for it to release. Looking forward to it. Masochist in You needs it. What, for SnowRunner? I mean, that game is awful. So I understand why the Masochist in You needs SnowRunner, because that game is terrible. This is actually kind of neat. You got really deep into Cyberpunk 2077? Yeah, apparently they actually released the game. It's weird that they had such a long beta period before, you know, the game released. But, yeah, I hear that that game's out now. It's interesting. Possibly one of the longest pre-order and beta campaigns that I've ever seen for a game. You know, honestly, I think they would have done better all in all if they just, you know, waited and released it when it was done. But instead, they decided to you know, take a large hit to their public reception. That's a lot of hedgehogs. Why did they bring so many hedgehogs this time? There were 3 separate hedgehogs. While I love them for their alcohol consumption, don't need hedgehogs in the fort. And I will set the broker back to do it. We are now pondering the moon's path. What a song. Could you trade caged goblins? Like in the process, it looks like you can. The problem is when you do that, I think they get released from the cage when they get placed on the trading depot. So, yeah. You're not supposed to do that. The reason it does that is because they're not labeled as tame. So if they're tame, then yeah. Dwarf Fortress really wants to stay away from selling slaves because dwarves don't believe in slavery. Neither do the developers of this game. You know, which will probably keep it from getting banned in Australia, unlike RimWorld. So, you know. I like this book. Written on the item is an encyclopedia entitled The Possibilities of Merfist II, authored by Merfist II. It concerns the dwarf Merfist II, the dwarf Itun Knife Heather, the fortress Longdeath, the Hillix Channel Dens, and the eternal adventure of time. The writing is thoroughly mechanical. Overall, it's amateurish at best, but heavily worn. This book is literally just like a history of the fort. Maybe some mods can change it. If you kill them and resurrect them as a docile zombie and then put them in a cage, yeah, you could sell them. You're better off just releasing them or drowning them. Selling caged goblins doesn't really benefit anybody. Just let them go be an entity in the world. Just because they're enslaved by demons and forced to attack you doesn't mean that they deserve to be sold into slavery. Yeah, what Stone said. Like, you just don't need to. Doesn't really benefit you or them. Some plant processing going. See, we're in early spring. Got everything made that you wanted. You know what? Let's actually just dump these blocks. Got a bunch of crap just like sitting out here. Not those ones. But I kind of want to get rid of everything that's just sitting in this area that isn't needed. There's a lot of it. Yeah, it's a pity you can't italicize one letter in Twitch chat. Or like one word. G'day, Beermaneer. How's thing? Also, chat, speaking of beer, can you guys do me a favor? For those of you who remember all of the variations or various different variations that equal the make the bot post beer in chat, can you test a bunch of them? I want to see if they work in the new bot. So, like the various languages and whatnot. Also, next week is going to be very, and I do mean very, Jupiter Hell heavy. There's going to be a lot of Jupiter Hell streams next week. Because Jupiter Hell is getting a patch. And once that patch is out, I'm going to be playing a whole bunch of that game. Not sure why or how that door is placed there, but apparently that door is there. As I know, like, this is one of the dumber ones that we have. Whoopsies. And that one works. I think you have to spell Cerveza correctly. I'm not sure if you did. But, like, this bot has, like, weird features that make combining commands easier. Let's see if this works. Alright. Far so good. Your bracelet? What are you making a bracelet for? I read A World of Ignorance. I'm very satisfied. I feel like a book called The World of Ignorance would be hard to read and also feel all right about. Beer longer word. Well, actually, hold up. Let me try this. Interesting. So we can exclamation point them now. Wow. I mean, beer than other words worked previously, too. I started to think about changing starting circumstances in adventure mode, like starting as a runaway prisoner from Goblin Fortress, soldier after a finished campaign, etc. Sure. Oh, like having like starting scenarios type deal? I don't know how the hell you'd set that up. Rip Hoshan. All right, so a bunch of dwarves are weaving stuff into thread. How are my wrestlers doing? One's good. Arch is good. Whitcoat's good. Tygo's good. Volleyball's good. Criven's better. Criven was the one that was depressed. Perfect. I can turn this squad off now. Let them go do their things. I have very colorful floor. That is the current project, is making the floor colorful and pretty. No particular pattern. I was thinking about deconstructing some of it and building a Ukraine flag somewhere, but I don't know where I'd put it. Also, I've kind of shied away from putting real life things into this fort, but maybe that's one that needs to. Even if it's just like 4 tiles somewhere, like in a bedroom floor or something. It only really would need to be 6 tiles, so we could totally do that. But yeah, no, I mean, this fortress is now 376 years old. I think the goal today is to try and get to year 377. So do another full year. Considering we're in mid-spring already, we just need to get through summer and winter and then back into spring. That's about the amount of time I want to put into the fort today, maybe a little longer. And then depending on how we feel, we'll either keep going with Longdeath, or theoretically we could do some adventure mode in the other world that I have, or we could swap games and do something else. Trying to go for 1,000 years, that is the end goal. Yeah. Well, technically 1,005 years will be 1,000 years. Good lord, I feel like every game updated yesterday. I have 71 updated games. What the fuck happened? 71. Huh. Well then. But yeah, the end goal for this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, and I don't know if or when we'll ever complete it, but we're gonna keep working on it and plugging away, and assuming I still stream in 10 years, we'll probably have it done by then. Probably won't take 10 years, but I was actually thinking about it recently, and like I need to update my backups of this save more frequently. Since August 2020 was when we started. August 2020. But, you know, it is kind of what it is. Ouch. Why is it ouch? I mean, I knew what I was signing up for when I started. It's only ouch if you didn't know what you were signing up for, and I knew what I was in for. I knew how long this would take. I was more optimistic when I started, because when I started, I wasn't putting as much time into editing and doing other things, and I like had more endurance to just be able to work, but due to my body breaking down, I can't stream as long as I used to. Whoa! Someone left some moldy food in here or something. Or something died in here. Probably just some moldy cheese in there somewhere. All right. Well, let's get these refuse piles cleared so that let's get some refuse piles cleared so that they pick up whatever that is that's rotten. Put it away. But yeah, no, I don't think ouch is the correct response. I think that it is totally fine that it's taking as long as it is, because it's giving me content. You know what streamers need? Content. And you know, chat still watches. We're not totally irrelevant yet, but you know, that's what the other forts are for, to keep things interesting. You were expecting me to say 6 months? I mean, if I was still playing this fortress set, because when I started this fort, I was still streaming 7 days a week. I wasn't editing the podcast. I wasn't editing as many interviews. I wasn't caring as much about my own mental health, and I've just broken down too much. You're at page 17 of 34. You're welcome. So you know, it's been a it's been a long road. I mean, I only play this fort maybe once or twice a week now. So when I started this fortress, the first 6 to 8 weeks of it, we were playing it 7 days a week, about 5 to 6 hours a day. So we powered through quite a lot more time. So it slowed down considerably. I mean, if I started marathoning this fortress like 8 hours a day, we could do like 2 to 3 years per day. And you can do the math about how long that would take me. I could finish it within a year. If I cranked it up to that pacing, but I don't have the mental stability to do that anymore, unfortunately. Also, like, One of the reasons I've been streaming this fortress a lot less, especially recently, is less people watch when I stream this fort. It's less exciting for some people. So, here's what it is. Which I'm not surprised at all about. Picks 1, doors 3. Picks? Yeah. King wants 1 pick. Door, rock, 3. Oh, yeah. Not too surprised. I think, so Stray Cougar's left front leg takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle. The Stray Cougar's left front paw takes the full force of the full force of the impact, and the part splits into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack. One of my cougars just died falling out of a tree, then went and bled to death. They say cats always land on their feet. I say bullshit. Good for you, cougar. You've done the impossible. You fell out of a tree and died. Congrats. Depends on the cat. Definitely not that one, apparently. Natural selection. Say that again. But yeah, happy to help. Lord Cucumber. Happy to help. Have you spotted any games you want to try out of that list so far? Usually what I do is I make a favorites section and then I select all the ones that I would like to play. Ow. If you haven't played it, I very much recommend Super Hot. Super Hot is fantastic. It's like all stray cats in the street are the ones that are smart enough to not kiss the car tires. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's a smorgasbord of so many different things. Yeah, it's like an all-you-can-eat video game buffet. So we're mostly just trying to clear all that crap out. If you want tabletop RPG, I got another bundle you can buy for charity. Where is it? That's it. Link, please? Okay, hold on a second. I need to find it again. DeBerry's was posting it in chat. I'm just looking for it. Because there's always so many bundles on itch. Sometimes you need to go digging. Why am I not seeing this? Now I'm not seeing it. Where did it go? Where is berries when I need them? This one. Found it. Found it. Took me a second. There's too many bundles on Itch. A lot of them are just like, oh, it's this game's launch sale bundle that comes with this game and the game that came out before it from the same developer and stuff like that. There's a lot of that stuff. So sometimes finding them can be a little difficult, but there you go. I think it's $5, and it's like what? 454 physical tabletop games. I would assume they're all printable. I don't own a printer and I don't play tabletop RPGs, so that's not for me. But solid little bundle. You would never try all of that? Yeah. Hey, Vlak. Long time. Hope you've been all right. Dumping and getting rid of a whole bunch of random crap from right here. But yeah, it's just the 2 bundles right now. That one and... Where'd the other one go? This one. I mean, you don't have to pay $5. You could pay $500 if you wanted. That's the minimum. But you can pay the amount that you want. Even if you never tried any money, your money hasn't gone to waste. Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. That's how I feel about these bundles. Because it's itch.io, right? Itch.io can waive 100% of their cut. It's not like, you know, some of these other bundle sites where they're taking a cut regardless, you know? Or like Humble Bundle where like if you don't adjust it, then Humble takes like 10% or whatever by default. Unless you go in there and you tweak the little sliders. Or even worse, like you could give a huge chunk to Humble, a huge chunk to a streamer, and also a bunch to charity. But this, like, it's just 100% goes to the charity, so it's just transfer fees. That's the only thing that gets paid for. So cleaning up garbage, just destroying it. Somebody asked me the other day when I was going to cave and just start smashing garbage, and it's like, well, apparently now is when I'm going to cave and start smashing garbage. Move dump from all these. Well, from these. There you go. But yeah, $15 to charity and you can get a bajillion games. And also, we have this. If you just want to help me help Ukraine. You know, because that's the way the world is right now. Take your allowance, Tommy, and put it in the charity bin because the planet has decided to go fucking ass backwards overnight. More so than it has over the past couple of years, which is impressive, actually. And if you're in Russia, please don't commit treason and donate to those. Please don't. Don't get yourself in trouble. So I'm pretty sure that donating to any of those charities is an act of treason if you live in Russia. Unless, you know, you're all about treason, in which case, go nuts. Heard the oil situation is painful now? Gas went from being about $1.60 a liter here to being about $2 a liter. So it's effectively doubled. Well, gone up by like a quarter the price. And supposedly it's going to go up to $4 in the next 6 weeks or something. Gas prices are supposed to triple here. Maybe it'll make people realize that they should probably go electric if they can. But also that, Hoshan, yeah, it's hurting a lot of people. It's like another thing that really sucks. There's a tweet going around which makes me really sad, which is a really big Russian streamer who speaks English on his streams was tweeting about how Great. Now I don't get paid anymore. Because, like, Twitch won't pay you if you live in Russia now, which is kind of like, man, I just... Subsidies? Dude, the economy is falling down the... If you did your history, right, you'll know what happened during World War II. What's this? Oh, the wild boar that was fighting, right? If you learned history, right, you'll know what happened to the economy during World War II. As far as information and supplies goes, this might as well be a world war. So I would expect economies to just kind of go into the dumpster in the next year. But something that I was thinking about last night while I was making dinner. Does this mean we're going to get another round of baby boomers? Because that's like the last thing we need. Like, is that going to happen again? If this shit goes on for a long period of time? The world's gone to shit since 2019? I don't know. My personal world kind of went to shit in about 2017, but... Gas and energy is going to be tough to pay for if we leave it to the market. Yep. I mean, I'm in a fortunate situation that all of our electricity here comes from our hydro dams. So that's not going to go up. At all. I would say that the world has kind of been going to shit since 2001. Trippin' Panda. If I had to put a date on it, I would say the world's been kind of going to shit since about 2001. It's just been varying levels of bad. There was a brief break between the Cold War and the 90s. Where things were pretty chill for a little bit there, at least for the Western world. But I think from the Western perspective, things have been going downhill since 2001. For large other parts of the world, things have never really been particularly great. Like anywhere that's had civil wars in the last 2-3 decades, as an example. The world's been going to shit since humans have been started ruling other humans. Sure. The world's been going to shit since we discovered fire. Speaking of people who claim that the world is going to shit, how are you doing, Cutest? Cutest, I know you can't buy it, but... I don't know if you've seen it, but this Humble Bundle is incredible. I have a feeling that in the next, 2-3 decades, we're going to have, a crossroads where either we become... either the internet just kind of takes over... And people who grew up with the internet and are very well educated in the internet and are used to talking to all of their friends on the internet and know people from all around the world. I have a feeling that if we go in that direction, things might actually get better. But that's only if we go in that direction. And it depends on who ends up in power. I mean, in the current year, Troopin, we are safer, smarter, better connected, more intelligent, and have a longer life expectancy than in the rest of history. And I think general happiness is lower than it's ever been. It was pretty great before we got here, Cutest. We are living in the most peaceful time in history. Yeah, that's also a nice thing to remind people is the difference between right now and the Middle Ages is in the Middle Ages, if a town, I don't know, 10 kilometers up the stream got pillaged, destroyed, and everybody there raped and murdered, you just never know about it until you went to go trade with them next 6 months later. And everybody's gone, and you're like, the fuck happened? Whereas now, when Discord goes down, the entire planet knows in about 40 seconds. But how you doing, Cutest? You okay today? Hope things are all right over there. Although, once again, I would just like to applaud Ireland and their special parking operation, where they rammed the gate of the Russian embassy out. Shoutouts to that guy in that, like, little transport truck, transporting church candles. Shoutouts to that guy. Because that was a good video. I appreciated that video. Alright, so they refuse to sell any of this stuff. I think it's all probably claimed by the military. I'm just going to throw it all out. Kind of doing some spring cleaning in the fort currently. Smashing a lot of stuff. That actually happened? Yeah, there's a video of it on Reddit, which means it's as real as Reddit claims it is, but hold on. I already showed it on stream, so I will simply link it. It's the full video with sound. I love the Reddit headline that goes along with it, because it's literally just, I'm going to read it word for word. Another angle of what the Russian embassy in Ireland is calling a deliberate ramming of the gate, which breaches the Vienna Convention. Dubliners, however, disagree, calling the act a special parking operation. So, you know, just shoutouts to Dublin and their special parking operation. I will support any special parking operations of that sort. You don't know how you feel about that? What, ramming a gate? As a sign of protest? I mean, the guy got arrested for it, so, like... Technically, like, he literally is paying for doing it by getting arrested, but... Do not want to dump that. Peace will keep. What is in most of these bags? Just empty bags. Let's just dump everything that's in here. Just everything. Don't even care what it is. I think we're just doing spring cleaning in Longdeath today. I mean, he was trying to make his candle delivery, and they wouldn't open the door. So, he had to do what he had to do. There's a comment in that Reddit thread where someone's just like, man, church is actually doing something useful. It's just very funny to me. What really sucks is, like, here in Vancouver, the Russian Cultural Center got graffitied. And I'm just like, most likely everybody who goes to that center is more Canadian than the people doing the graffitiing. And also they had pro-Ukrainian posters up on the side of it. Like, come on, don't graffiti it. Be nice to, like, your local people. The actual, like, pain of this is it's going to cause a lot of Russian descendants around the world a lot of pain. Outside of, obviously, what's going on in Ukraine, but that's the biggest shame, in my opinion, outside of the actual act. Friend of a friend got fined and got asked by police in a subway to show his phone. He did, and he got fined for 50,000 rubles for having some negative message about the military operation on it. Your country's messed up, cutest. I don't know why you tolerate it. Or rather, I don't know how you tolerate it. There are Ukrainian regulars in this chat, and many Russians in this chat. So I know the feeling, Lord Cucumber. Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? We're all very online, internet-connected people, right? We don't really care where you're from as long as you have a copy of Halo and want to play duos online, right? Like, it doesn't matter, like, where you're from as long as, you know, you're a decent person, right? But there's, you know, plenty of people in the world still that live in an area that isn't very well connected, maybe don't spend a lot of time on the internet, and work a blue collar job and only know people that hang out at the pub in the evening and don't live in an area that's particularly global. That's not uncommon at all. I'm not sure what you mean, Hoshan. Your internet had to go down after you wrote that sentence. That's always fun when that happens. Also, I hope that your friend can afford the rubles for that. Hope that everybody that you know is staying safe. Also, as always, if people do have questions about Dwarfy related things, just shout them at me and I will. Mostly, currently, we're just doing spring cleaning. I'm tired of having all of these items that the dwarves seem to have forgotten to account for in places, because that seems to happen after a while. I don't really know what causes it, but it's like $300. Yeah, but still, what's the monthly? Well, like, what's the living wage in rubles? Cutest. Like, how much is like a minimum wage job gonna pay you per day in rubles? My self-imposed difficulties for this run? Keep it alive for 1,000 years. That's my difficulties. It's all about patience. But because we haven't had migrants in about 260 years, I need the dwarves to make babies, which is quite the difficulty spike. Actually, it's 52. What happened? Nothing happened. It's never been above 60. I have a hard lock. That's so that we don't get invaded by goblins. In fact, it's higher than it was. We were down to 22 for a bit there. But then they started having babies again and things got better. Minimal wage is like 13,000 rubles a month. That's a fuckload of money then. So telling me like $300 is about 50,000 rubles. $300 is what you make in like 2 days work here at a decent job. Like, a decent job is going to pay you like $150 a day here. So the difference between like 2 days work and like 5-6 months in a fine is massive. That is huge. I mean, have you never bought a Steam key from Russia and paid like an 18th of the price? I'm pretty sure I bought this copy of Windows from a gray market site. Like, I definitely spent like $13 on this copy of Windows. Or rather, not the Windows 10 version that I'm using, but the Windows 7 version that I had previously I bought from a gray market site. Can barely live on 13K. I mean, you can barely live on minimum wage here. Says the guy who's slightly above minimum wage on a good month. You can function. If I owned a car, I'd be completely fucked right now. Like, completely fucked. Gas prices have doubled and are likely to triple. Good news, everybody. I got another video of Ukrainian tractors. Nyum. +1 tractor. Yay! Oh, plus one tractor plus 1 tank. Yes. There you go. Good news, everyone. They've caught another one. Looks like the tank traps are being fruitful this morning. There's actually a subreddit specifically dedicated now to Ukrainian farmers stealing tanks. That is a subreddit. So. All right. So much crap getting thrown out. I need to make a lot of bags. A lovely farmer in his natural habitat towing his daily harvest from the Russian fields. Have you dead? Like we were talking about on Discord the other day, the r/Ukraine subreddit is wonderful. If you do not have a dwarf in the fort right now, looks like 2 of my merchants just had a babe. So we have a brand new baby named Doran Frosty Crystal. Would you like to be a dwarf in this fort, chat? Raise your hand. I'll pick somebody who hasn't had one in a while or someone who's new. Oh, Sean, sure. This is your first one in this fort, I think. Although your name is all caps, so. Hoshhann. Ho, Sean. Frosty Crystal. You say, Blugga! And he is the son of Imlish Ruth Inched and Kosoth Guild Skulls and is a faithful worshipper of the Spear of Incineration and a casual worshipper of Shistek. Was born today, which makes him very young indeed, and his very long hair is dry. His short sideburns are combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is neatly combed, of course, and his ears are fuse-lobed. That's actually weird for this fortress. His nose is hooked. That's also a little odd. And his angular chin, and he has an angular chin, and his cobalt eyes have slightly large irises. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe. Aside from that, visuals are pretty similar. You dream of creating a great work of art, and you live at a high kinetic pace. You live at a high energy kinetic pace, and you are given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. You generally find yourself quite hopeful about the future. That's not realistic at all. And he enjoys the company of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He isn't particularly ambitious and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He's a friendly individual and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally overindulges. When he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And hello, audio. Did that go off? I didn't hear it. Crap.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato.
That one
Remove
did.
everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Still, ironing out kinks in the current bot. Hold up. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. What was the sound folder for that one called? That trombone there.
Meow meow. Hello again, kittens. Alright, you little shits.
Oh, also the tier 3 sounds now have no cooldown. Just an FYI. All right, try it now. I told it where the sound command is again. Oh, yeah, we switched over last night, which is why some things aren't working properly.
Meow meow. Hello again, kitten.
I mean, I was talking to audio
Alright,
cutis,
little
but you
shit.
could, there you go. Also, they no longer get canceled out if somebody put in another command. So if I say, as an example, type in this one, you can do other things over top of it.
Is that interesting?
So you can just have bacon sizzling in the background all the time now, if you really want. For anybody who's confused, my tier 2 subscribers on Twitch and patrons get a bunch of sound commands, and tier 3s on Twitch and $25 a month on Patreon get custom sound commands, which is what we're fixing. And Idla, the royal treasure, has arrived. Means we get to trade with the humans. Most of the dwarves are dumping random crap. Because we're early summer. Okay, they did arrive with merchant. Let's just let them do this. I've got so much clothing that needs to be sold, it's not even funny. Wait, what? Oh, those are the only ones with X in the name. I get it. Am I an anime guy? No. I don't mind anime. I've seen my fair share of anime, but am I an anime person? Do I identify with anime? Absolutely not. Very much not. But why do you ask? I enjoy media that is good, and there's very few animes that I would say that I like. Although The Matrix is a very good anime. I'd say that. Very good anime. The Animatrix is also a very good anime, but The Matrix is a better anime. Idla Thrundila meets with Do It and says, "Let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss." Interesting that they meet with the brokers sometimes. I would like to ask for gold, brass, electrum, black bronze, rose gold, and bismuth. Because they don't have bismuth bronze. And they say, let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft storeship. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And they say, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Alrighty. I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go pull out some stuff from the fridge. Back momentarily. All right, I'm back. But yeah, no, I was never super heavily into anime, and I lived with a lady who, for a number of years who was obsessed with anime and you know, everything related to anime and cosplay and all that. And she more or less burned me from ever really getting into it myself, just to her overbearing need and desire and obsession with all of it. I was never particularly into it when I was with her, and when she left, I went from being not particularly into it to pretending it didn't exist generally. Every now and again, I'll sit down and watch an anime adjacent thing or an anime related thing, but I very much not a self-described anime person. Although I hate like labels and names and nicknames and all of that crap, so I wouldn't really like. I don't even consider myself a gamer, which is funny, but that is a funny username that just followed me. Shoutouts to that username. That's a good username. What's funny is I'm not very good at spelling. That command proves that I'm just a fucking hypocrite. See if we can bring that trader down here, or if you're still just sitting there pondering fucking prognosis. What, slash shrug? Or children? I mean, children I think we made on a day when one of my mods like misspelled children a couple times in a row. It was a good couple of times in a row that we tried to type that in, and it just kept breaking and breaking and breaking and breaking and breaking. Like, you gotta spell the word children right. And then that led to a discussion about whether or not we should ban that mod, hobo. And then we decided to not, but we did give it an honorary new command. You found a couple of strange commands. Yeah, this is why I don't have like an all commands command. Like, do you understand now, Blug, why I don't have an all commands command? Like, so many streams just have like this button that just like types in all of the commands, and it's like, if I had one of those, number one, there'd be a billion that don't need to be there, and number two, it's just. No, we're using Firebot, which can be found under firebot.app on the interwebs. Firebot.gg is a NFT marketplace. So we're using firebot.this. Blug migrated the bot over because I wasn't about to. How many total users got moved from fellow Brave user? Yeah. I don't know how many users got. It was like 67,000 unique usernames with different amounts of things. It's like, oh boy. 67,314. 67 pi was the number of people who had tickets that got moved over. Which is why it took me so long to change over, and why I used that other bot until it literally stopped working. So now we're just like ironing out all of the minor issues and problems with the new bot, but hopefully we'll get through it quickly. And it won't be a huge long-term burden. But yeah, I've been quite happy with using Brave as a web browser. It's basically just faster Chrome with some almost pointless bullshit crypto stuff crammed in there, but I don't know. It's one of the better uses for crypto and excuses for crypto that I've seen, so. That too. Although it's pretty nice and tweakable. You can actually unblock certain types of ads, which I have done. It's quite customizable. I quite like it. Well, I mean, using Chrome is more or less the equivalent of saying, all right, Google, yeah, you already have my email, and yeah, you already have all of my search history, but let's just give you everything else while we're at it. That's your reason for the switch? I switched just because I kind of want to distance myself from Google just a little bit. Just a little bit. For the same reason that I want to distance myself from Facebook/Meta and all of those other big companies. It's like kind of unfortunately stuck on Amazon because of my time streaming, but and you know Google also pays me with YouTube, so gotta try and disconnect a little bit if I can. Neil with the 57 months on a 57-month streak. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive, Neil. Hope you're doing all right, man. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always one to try new weird browsers. I mean, I was using Vivaldi and Opera back in the day, and you know, I'm enjoying Brave. Brave seems cool, but Brave. I also have some like weird annoyances with Brave. I think the biggest issue that Brave has is that it does have all the crypto stuff baked into it to a point where a lot of people just won't want to use it. A good gaming Opera browser? I mean, not everything needs to be pointed at gaming. But I don't like the way Opera's gone over the years. And Vivaldi doesn't work for me because it doesn't have the same level of accessibility, tools, and functionality and plugins available for it. So I had to stop using Vivaldi pretty quick. I lasted about a week on Vivaldi when I tried it. All right. That's it. Do it. You're officially demoted permanently. We're going to give your job to Tele. Tele, you can have Dewitt's job because Dewitt sucks at their job, which is literally just trade 2 times a year. I mean, people who are good with computers always swear by the weirdest things. Like, they keep insisting that Linux is accessible, which it's not! That was mostly just me teasing. It's gotten a lot better over the... Says the guy who pulled out his RPi and was messing around with server structures the other day. I really want to build, probably not Plex, but I really want to build a media server and backup server for myself. Media server so that I can back up all of my parents' DVDs and Blu-rays, and just make them viewable from there and then give my parents the password. It's a long-term project that I've wanted to do for a while. And if I end up at a point in this year where I have disposable income, that's probably what it's going to go into. That and synthesizers. But did you download all of them? Or did you just download some of them? Any highlights that you think you're going to try out of that bundle? We're buying food variety right now. Open Media Vault for a while. I was talking on a Discord server that has a room for this stuff, which is locked behind a Patreon, so I won't even bother shouting out whose server it is. But I was talking on a Discord server, and a lot of people apparently are using Jellyfin as like a display for it recently, which is interesting. Jellyfin looks neat. To see if you can brew something up. You should make a 7-day RL. That's running right now. I mean, how many days does 7-day RL have left? 5 days. 5 days to make a roguelike. Go. Apparently, 1,050 people have joined. Some people from chat have been making them. But, oh well. But then the world ended? Cutest. Like, genuine question. Can you even buy a Raspberry Pi new now? Is that even an option for you? Your last top-down RPG took 5 months and that wasn't done. This is why scheduling and time frames are good. Although, considering, like you said, that, like, you know, got busy family, it's probably not so likely for you, but hey, you know, if you have the chance, maybe give him a shot. Yeah, they've done a couple of videos like that, Belug. Yeah, it's like MB, but you don't need to pay for shit. Yeah, I'm waiting for payday so that I can prepay Cooler for a bunch of art because I don't know if I'll be able to pay him in the future. Currently, apparently, I still can because one of his banks is still working with PayPal, but pretty quickly it's gonna... I'm gonna be in a position where I'm not gonna be able to pay for art anymore. I mean, Aqua, if you bought that itch bundle, you now have plenty of assets for it. You probably have, like, a full tile set for it, actually. There's also a few, like, pixel artists and stuff that have made tile sets that are free to use for people in the 7-day RL. If you just go look under the 7-day RL hashtag on Twitter, you'll find a couple. People have just been like, hey, I made a tile set, 7-day RL people. You can use it if you want. Blah. So, cutest, just because, like, I only have, like, local awareness, gas prices have tripled, or are in the process of tripling. They're currently almost double what they were 2 weeks ago. And the cost of flour has gone up at my grocery store by about $4 by weight. Which is about twice as expensive as it was previously. And the cost of rice has gone up. Everything else seems to be about the same currently. How much has prices changed over there? You dwarves are carrying shit. Everybody's carrying shit, so that's good. Apparently I fucked up. You do have the ability to use tile sets, but you're kind of thinking, oh, you're just going classic, just going full ASCII. I mean, that's totally an option. I was just simply stating that if that's something that you wanted to do, you have access to it. Do some stuff that's closer so that we can trade more stuff. Yeah, I mean, I will play anybody's roguelike if you make a roguelike. If you are a member of this community and you make a roguelike for the 7-day RL, I will stream it. I'm going to do a couple of days next week that are like Jupiter Hell in the morning, and because like my plan for next week is mostly just Jupiter Hell followed by 7-day RL stuff, because Jupiter Hell patch comes out next week. You weren't outside in the past few days, so you can't tell. Fair. Yeah, that makes sense. And you think diesel costs roughly the same? I'm really curious to know, because, like, there's definitely been major like, it's been major enough that people who have somehow managed to live under the biggest boulder on Earth have actually noticed what's going on here because of gas prices rising specifically. Like, I watched somebody who I won't shout out because I don't get along with him very well on Twitter yesterday have like a mental breakdown about gas prices on Twitter and then realize why gas prices were rising so much here and then kind of not really apologize, but it was just like started like promoting like causes. So it's like it's having an effect. People are noticing. Like, I guess that's good. I'm just hoping it'll unfuck our housing market, but I'm not going to get my hopes up. Sure, we'll trade all of this for a bronze toy axe. That seems like a deal. But yeah, no, take your time, Aqua. I'm sure you'll have something together. It's not like it needs to be a super complicated thing. You only need like an enemy, a character. Like, I played a 3-level roguelike that was pretty fucking great, actually. Fuel was already going to go up quite a bit. True, yeah. There's no road to unfuck at all. Yeah, but it would be real nice if we could unfuck the local housing market by like next year so that I can rent a house with family. Be real nice. Otherwise, I'm just not going to do that. The catalyst for renewables? I mean, there was a there was somebody holding a sign next to one of the gas stations that's close to me. It was a Petrocan that literally said, "Don't buy petrol. Stop the war between Russia, or stop Putin's war. Buy a Tesla. Don't buy petrol. Stop Putin's war. Buy a Tesla." Which I not totally agree with. You could also, like, buy a Nissan or a Honda or, like, any of those other electric vehicles. You don't necessarily need to buy a Tesla, but it's an option. Think our government controls these types of prices? True. True. I mean, even if, like, your average individual isn't feeling it, what matters is that people in charge of things are feeling it, right? When you hear a company calling for return to the office, remember it will make gas wasting go up, because if you can work from home now and not everyone can, why waste the gas to go into the office? Yeah, that's something that I don't understand. Is we've proven in the last 2 years that a large portion of people, not everybody, but a large portion of people can work just as efficiently and effectively from home. Yeah, it's harder to make them do overtime, but, like, if the option is there, why not let people do it? Can't remember. Are these the right color? No. There we go. We got 4 gold. The last gold piece. A few pieces of Electrum, I think. 4 pieces of Electrum. 1 more piece of Electrum. I need brass. Not actually sure if they had any brass. I don't think they had any brass. All right, so that's probably all the yellow we can put in. About serfs in Poland and Ukraine for reasons and being tied to your job is a thing? Yeah, no, it absolutely is. Because it will finally expose that their job is utterly useless. And flat management structures are better. Or generally better. You know, I'm kind of the opinion that when it comes to like work from home stuff, it's not like a cut and dry problem. It doesn't work for everybody, and it doesn't work for every company, and it doesn't work for every type of work. However, it certainly works for a lot of people. And it certainly works for a lot of companies. And it certainly works for a lot of individuals. And it certainly improves like the amount of time people can spend with their kids. Like there is just as many benefits as there is negatives, in my opinion, from what I've seen and read about working from home. So I think it depends. I genuinely, Hoshan, I think it depends. I don't think that that's a cut and dry problem. Like, I don't know. I can't back you up with what you're saying because I don't think it's that simple. But I get where you're coming from. Also, the shocking thing to me about the pandemic and work from home and all this shit kind of coming to a close is I'm shocked how many people still use Zoom. Why are people using Zoom? There's so many better apps that you can use that do exactly the same thing that have better security. Why are people still using Zoom? I don't understand. It's literally like the Skype problem. It's just the software that everybody knows, so that's what they use. 3 picks and 1 crutch. Because money, probably. Mark for him. As somebody who manages work and projects with a stream team called Halcyon Frequency around the world, yes, it's a lot of work to manage projects and people remotely. It absolutely is. It's not impossible, but it's a lot of work. Certainly not impossible. You're excited about this Linux dev company that you just applied to. You're going to be super disappointed if they interview you via Zoom. What is a acceptable piece of software for them to interview you on? You should prepare like an argument where if it's a Zoom interview and they actually use Zoom, about how they could better their workflow by using X piece of software instead of Zoom. And have like a full argument against Zoom prepped and impress them by explaining to them that their software solutions are could be better. The weirdest thing to me about Zoom is I used Zoom in 2015 to record a podcast. This was before Discord had video, and back when Skype was just terabad. So we used Zoom to record this podcast. I paid for Zoom Premium, and alongside of Zoom Premium, which was like I think about $110 a year at the time, alongside of Zoom Premium, yeah, for story mode, audio remembers. Alongside of Zoom Premium came webinars and talks with the CEO, who's still the same CEO. So I participated in webinars and talks with maybe like a dozen people with the CEO of that company, who is now one of the richest people in the world because of a pandemic, who at the time was just like a normal ass person, like and asking and answering and taking feedback questions and feature requests, which is just wild to me. And what was funny was back then people in those webinars, because I was in like 3 of them, I think. Jitsi? Never even heard of it. I should make an open source software talk room on Discord. Should we do that? Would anybody like manage that to keep it on topic? Because I don't know how any of that shit works, really. I mean, some, but minimal. Because I'd be down to make an open source software chat room in Discord. You mean like half of what comes out of Tim Sweeney's mouth? I mean, at the time, he seemed like a perfectly normal dude. Or when they achieve more money than brains, Hoshan. Generally how it goes. You know, there's a quote from Adam something that I've really started to admire since I heard it a few days ago, which is, you know, the classic quote, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. He has an alternative version of that quote, which isn't power corrupts, but power allows a person to do what they always wanted to do. And I tend to believe that. So when they obtain enough power to do what they want to do is when they start saying weird shit. When you have enough money to not care anymore is when you start saying weird shit. When you're comfortable enough to not require anything of anybody. Power allows the jerk to reach their full potential. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah. Been a pretty efficient little make runs. I'm just gonna look at the wiki for a second here in the background, don't mind me, while I follow a dwarf. Not actually sure about what we have in our stockpiles, so I'm just gonna check what we need first.
Cheese for everyone!
One tin and 1 copper. How much tin and copper do I have? Because I could just start making bronze. That's actually something for my dwarves to do. Well, we got 413 tin. How much? Or copper. How much tin do we have? 58? Bronze. These bars. 58. One of the reasons why I'm going to talk about me and my career for a second here, Hoshan. One of the reasons why I'm kind of fine not being a huge streamer on this platform and just kind of surviving, although admittedly, I'll be completely honest for a second here, my future prospects on life and ability to survive in the long term would be a lot better if I was about twice the size that I am as a creator. That being said, I'm fine that I'm not like in the top 0.001% or like one of those people with 10 to 15,000 concurrent viewers. And I have absolutely no aspiration to be one of those people because I don't know what kind of person that would make me into. And I am afraid of my own personality tendencies anyways. And so to the point where like, I believe that I kind of overcompensate a little bit in places because I do genuinely get worried as to what kind of person I would become if I was suddenly like, let's just say one of the biggest people on Twitch. Or just on this platform. I don't know what it would do to me. And it actually kind of worries me. I'm not saying that I'm an inherently bad person or anything, but I don't know what effect it would have on me. Like we got refugee flights from Afghanistan? I hope so. You know, there was a post from, it was a mayor of a small town in Saskatchewan for reference, Saskatchewan has one of the biggest Ukrainian populations in Canada. Because Saskatchewan is literally the same, is it fair to say biome? It's the almost exactly the same style of land as Ukraine. It's flat, a lot of farmland, and not much else. Cold in the winter. It's around the same. It's a little bit colder than Ukraine. It's a little bit further north, but generally Saskatchewan is like very similar to Ukraine, which is why it has such a large Saskatchewan has such a large Ukrainian population. There was a post from one of the smaller mayors who was just like, you know, we could just take the entire population of Ukraine and just put them in Saskatchewan, right? Like we could do, there is enough space. It wouldn't actually, there's more space in Saskatchewan than in Ukraine. It's like 3 times the land mass or something. They're just like, we could just fly everybody over here and just let them, they could just stay here. It's fine. We could just make new Ukraine in Saskatchewan. We could even disconnect it from Canada and make it into its own country. Like, it's fine. Like, we have enough land here. We could do that. Awareness is a very important step in self-control. Yeah, which is why I would say I've become a better person in the last 5 years. Like, 8 years ago, I was kind of a bad person. Well, maybe not a bad person. I was a lot meaner 8 years ago, and I've gotten a lot better. I've gotten a lot better, to the point where I do think I overcompensate a bit. But I think that's also called the difference between being 20 and 27, right? Like, me as an 18-year-old, I was an asshole. Holy shit. To the point where, like, I don't know how I tolerated being me when I was 18. My mom says I'm special, though, Hoshan. I know. Well, it's not that more people would live there if it was viable. More people could live in Saskatchewan, but why would you live in Saskatchewan when you could live in BC? BC's just nicer. Let's not bring up our 13-year-old selves. I'll put it this way. I'm really, 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 really happy I didn't have a Facebook account when I was 13. I think I had a MySpace, but not much got posted on there. I think it's more of an issue of relocating so many people, right? Like, the population of Ukraine is, what, 44 million? That's, like, more than the population of... Canada's, like, 39 million, I think. 38. Population of Canada. What's the population of Canada? Population of Canada. What is the population of Canada? 38 million. Yeah, Ukraine's 44 million. Canada's got almost as slightly more people than Poland. Almost identical, actually. But yeah, no, it's the logistics of moving that many people. It's not a viable option, but it is fun to imagine, I would say. It's obviously not a solution to the problem. You know, it's something I don't understand, Frog, is when people say that they want to go back to being a teenager. I don't want to go back to being that level of a shitty piece of shit. Like, I don't want to go back to being a horrible fucking person. Good God, I was a horrible person when I was that age. I've grown up so much, it's not even funny. It is not even funny. All right, so we're making bronze bars. Yay. I mean, City Skylines, yes, very realistic video game. Definitely a very realistic video game. So it's going to say that a lot of things were lost, yes, because I'm throwing out crafts. Sorry, dwarves. It's so realistic, /s. Yeah, well. City Skylines is a beautiful video game, but it's not very realistic. Considering what, like 30 people live in like a 15-story building? There was a mod for City Skylines a while ago that like made the population density numbers realistic, and the roads were just so clogged it was like unplayable. I remember looking at that mod and being like, this is amusing. $30 might translate to 300 or something. Yeah, I don't know. City Skylines is not the most realistic. I mean, it's pretty okay. It's good for what it is. For what it is, it's fine. For what it is, it's fine. The tyranny of very large numbers? Yes. Speaking of very large numbers, and specifically very large numbers of video games, what's that Humble Bundle at? Or Itch Bundle, not Humble Bundle. Hey, Wendigo. Those things. Hey! 1.5 mil. Look at that. You want to buy like 500 games for $10. It's been running for less than 24 hours. It started yesterday with 10 days total on this campaign. They've done 1.5 million in less than 24 hours. So, shout outs. And Red Octobear, the dwarven child withdraws from society. You slept in this morning? Me too. Me too. I woke up at like I woke up when my alarm went off. Why is that odd? Oh, Sean. My alarm went off at about 7:30. And I woke up and was like, I think I've earned an extra 30 minutes of sleep after like getting up and getting a drink of water and brushing my teeth and all that. So I went and lay back down, set my alarm for 8, and woke up at 8:45. I was like, well, shit. There's always a very rich guy that donates like 30K. Yeah. I mean, that's not that high, but also most itch bundles are usually $5. This one's 10. But also, it's been less than a day. I'm sure there will be like a random $50,000 contributor or something. I'm sure that'll happen, but give it time. Well, ship, yes. The question is, does it get this right? Russian warship, go fuck yourself. Hey, got that bit right. Apparently, 40,000 volunteers made it to the Kiev region, including many Canadians, 500 plus. They gave them their own unit. Yeah! Yeah, no, I've been reading about that over the past few days. There's this one photo of, like, a unit that's made up of a bunch of guys from India, some guys from Canada, a few people from the States, and a bunch of people from the UK. And there's just this dude in the background flexing who looks like the what's his name? Guy from Guardians of the Galaxy who just wants to kill shit. Can't remember. Anyway, this child's making an artifact at a clother's shop, so we're gonna get a clothing artifact. Having all kinds of fun bars and gems and stuff. Drax, yeah, he looks like Drax, and I don't know what the heck happened to him. It's like somebody dumped gray paint on his head. It was very strange. Batista, yeah, that's the name of the actor, but the character's name is Drax. That's the part I can remember. I mean, wars never work out well for a lot of people. I don't think that's their worry, Frog. The question is, Lord Cucumber, did they bring a Warhammer for that specific number of volunteers? I just need to pose the question. Also, I haven't tried this yet, so I'm just going to shout somebody out. Frog, you're my guinea pig. Hey, that command works. Cool. Sort of, actually. I need a space removed. Edit. Try this now. Save. Let's shout out Lord Cucumber. You can be my next guinea pig. God damn it. Try this again. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, the child hit puberty and immediately made an artifact. I mean, how old are you? 1 year old. Literally 1 year old making an artifact. Grab 2 silver bars, pink garnets, raw green glass, rectangular black pyropes, granite blocks, a bunch of pigtail cloth, and unicorn leather. And I've got a few dwarves making bronze bars for us, 3 of them. Just saw a weird picture, which I had to squint at for a second. Are you classified as a human? No, I'm a meat popsicle. Great quote. I was a meat popsicle when I got out of bed this morning. I had to walk across my hardwood floor. At least my feet were meat popsicles. I don't know about the rest of me. But yeah, generally the new bot is working just fine. Say, generally. Not perfectly, but it's working well enough. So we are making bronze. So now let's see if we can make those into bismuth, which I'm assuming just uses bismuth and bronze. This is like a part of Dwarf Fortress that I don't pay that much attention to, is making fancy bars. All right, so bismuth bronze uses... You know, actually, let's do this. We're gonna cancel the this and just make bismuth bronze instead of bronze, because I do have the stuff to make them. Red Octo Bear, the dwarven child, has created Rush Ruliralis, a bulky pigtail. I don't know how to pronounce that, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosoth Guildscales. I think that's your parent. Worth 92,400. The Purple Kiss is the name of it. This is a bulky pigtail. Word. All craft storeship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with granite cabochons and emerald cut black pyropes, and decorated with pigtail and emerald, and encircled with bands of pigtail and unicorn leather and silver. It is made from pigtail cloth. This object menaces with spikes of green glass and pink garnet. On the item is an image of dwarves and pigtail. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time and of the ignited creation in the year 5. In the early spring of year 5, on the item is an image of Zasset, Crypt Basis, the dwarf in silver. And I'm going to remove that, and we're going to make This bronze. Yes, we're just gonna do until we run out of material. 3 crutches. Also, Twitch shops. What's ups? I mean, it's probably not down. Whatever it is. Hope it's up. What's up? How's things? I mean, I hope that summer doesn't happen. I'm a much bigger fan of spring and fall, but than winter. Summer's too hot. You have slippers now? You're not allowed to walk around in the house barefoot anymore? Why? Do you have kids with Lego? You're prone to injuries that don't heal? Ugh. Working on the habit now. You want to know what makes great indoor shoes for foot protection reasons? Crocs. I know people shit on Crocs, but Crocs are like the best summer slippers. The best part about Crocs is like you can wear them. You can wear them barefoot, or you can wear them with socks in them, and people will judge you loudly. And you can wear them outside. They're like the best indoor-outdoor slipper ever made. Also, best reason to wear Crocs on Earth is wear Crocs while boating, because if you fall in, they float. As somebody who lost a few pairs of shoes in his life, Crocs while being outdoors is very useful. Health professionals use Crocs? Really? With black or pink socks. Like, trust me, I'm not going to argue that they're fashionable or look good, because they're ugly as shit and the opposite of fashionable. But they make the best indoor-outdoor slippers. Twitch is not working great on your side today. You have to use VPN. Oh, no. I have this weird feeling that's going to become the norm. Cutest. I need to find a VPN sponsor so you can support me by buying VPN. Also, it's autumn now, apparently. Stone, are you here? We got tribute reports. You tend to wear Uggs, skiffs type things. You're not adverse to Crocs. I mean, whatever works, but you use what works for you, but I will say that Crocs are the best indoor-outdoor shoes. Crocs for the beach. Yeah, Crocs are great for the beach, actually. Especially, like, if you're walking around in shallow water, too. So you don't stub your toe on a clam or something. Yeah, both the annual tributes have arrived. We're just waiting on the biggin. Sharp shells. I mean, yeah, those suck for everybody. Makes sense why they'd be rough for you, too, but those suck for everybody, dude. Car wash, yeah. I don't actually own a pair of Crocs right now. I have a pair of slip-on shoes that are just normal runners, but they actually have like holes about that big in the bottom of both of them because I wore them. I've owned them for about 7 years now, and because I don't like to throw things out, I just use them as my porch shoes, so they just live like just inside, but right next to my porch door. So I slip them on if I'm gonna go outside. I don't really like wearing slippers, but I just wear socks in the winter. I tend to just kind of forget about slippers. No. What if you stub your clam on a toe? I would ask you why you were growing a clam, or why you were abusing that poor clam that didn't deserve that kind of abuse. Slippers are your depression footwear? Yeah, I don't even own a pair of slippers. Yeah, I can relate to that. I mean, I have depression pants, which are my sweatpants. If I'm wearing the same pair of sweatpants for the 6th day in a row, you know that my brain is sad. And it's been about 8 days right now. Although I did wander around naked one day to put them in the wash with the wash. So they have been washed in the last week. The clam had it coming. True, it was being too clammy. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll stone. 5 strawberry plants. Also 5 rat reed. 5 prickleberries. 10 fly ichor. 1 cherry chest. 3 raw glass. 4 bismuth bolts. I'm just singing songs, don't mind me. Oh, it's not standard to wear the same sweatpants for a week? No, not generally. Not generally. I mean, depends on how many people are around you and how many of them want to deal with your musk, shall we say. Is that from yesterday? Is what from yesterday? I mean, it's not my depression stench if I haven't showered in 5 days. It's just my natural musk. Deal with it. The sad part is I only actually need to leave my house once a week. It's the only time I actually actively need to leave my house. Is once a week. It's to see my parents because I have a very part-time job working for them. So I see my parents once a week. It's the only time I need to leave my house. So theoretically, I could go 6 days a week without actually seeing other people. The funniest misconception Twitch ups to me about sweatpants is that they are used for working out. I don't believe I've ever actually worn sweatpants while working out, and I hate wearing sweatpants while working out. Can't stand it. It's like I wear sweatpants for being lazy around the house, not sweating. I don't believe I've outside of like snowshoeing where I wear sweatpants under my waterproof, like basically tracksuit that I have for snowshoeing. Outside of that, like I never, ever sweat in my sweatpants. Just being seated? I don't really have anything to say to that, Chups. I'm very skinny, so I don't really sweat ever. I don't know about you, but I could probably go to a wedding in sweatpants and be just fine, Hoshan. I don't know what you're talking about, that they're not for traditional or professional settings. I'm sure that you could wear sweatpants at a wedding, and I don't think anybody would complain or question. You'll be judged to death? Oh, that's their problem for judging you. They should be better people and not judge you. Come on. Whose fault is that they're judging you to death? You wear traditional clothes because of your culture? I'm not doubting that, okay? That's very common around the world. I mean, even here, like, I don't know if, like, a suit and tie is necessarily traditional clothing, but for the modern era, it's the closest thing we got. I don't even own dress pants. The last time I had to wear dress pants was for a wedding in 2012? I think it was before I moved out. I think. Like, mostly certain it was before I moved out. Last time you had to wear, when I was a shitty teen? Yes. And I remember that wedding because it was at a... No. It wouldn't have been 2012. It would have been 2013 because I could drink. It would have had to have been after 2013, so I would have moved out because I was drinking there. But they didn't have any good beer at that wedding because it was at a golf course, so they had like Bud Light and Kokanee. So I was drinking gin and tonics, and I remember that they had a chocolate fondue fountain and a cheese fondue fountain, and I definitely spent a good hour next to the chocolate fondue fountain and the fruit bowl. That was a good hour. I literally just sat, I ate like a whole bowl of strawberries covered in chocolate fondue. It was wonderful. Chocolate fondue is one of those things I don't think I'll ever have again. Partially because of diabetes and partially because of living in a post-pandemic world and having some systemic paranoias about the health of other people now. The dwarves are here to trade, which is good. Dwarf got into an argument. Quit doing that. So build it. Get started. What you waiting for, Hoshan? This fortress wasn't built overnight. You're a cereal restarter? So you're telling me when you get up in the morning and you make a bowl of cereal, you pour your milk on it, and then you just look at it and you go, man, I can't eat this. So you take another bowl and you fill it up with cereal and you pour milk on it and you go, man, I can't do it. And then you take another bowl and you fill it up with cereal and then you pour milk on it and you go, nah, it's just not right. And then your family comes in and they're like, why is there 18 bowls of cereal with milk in them getting soggy on the counter? And you're like, I haven't got the right roll yet, okay? Come on. This exact situation fucked your education. It seems a lot sillier in that context, right? Don't be a serial restarter. Play a game and enjoy it. Come on, people. Start a class and finish it. Nah. Buy a Raspberry Pi and actually build that NAS that you were planning on building instead of waiting for something and then hard drives getting expensive because of crypto and... Anyway. It's like 100 or 0 mentally. Oh, absolutely. It depends on whether or not I'm depressed, stoned, or just the right amount of slightly high. You know, that started off as a joke, the serial restarter thing. Started off as a joke, and then, like, I realized that it ended up being very funny. Also, someone was commenting that the top donation was odd, that it was $1,600. I would like to point out that I think that this top donation on this itch bundle is perfectly fitting. It's $1,069.420. I think that this is a perfect contribution. So to whoever did that, you mad lad. All of that being said, Nil Tongues Dumat says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. You must be getting old here, Nil. We're just gonna buy all of the metal. All of it. You stopped starting because apparently you're some sort of psychopath who finds witnessing the downfall of forts cathartic. I mean, it was certainly fun the other day when my other fort exploded. Won't process PayPal payments? Weird. I mean, it's not going anywhere. Like, you can buy it tomorrow. Niltongs Dumat says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I mean, there's two really good bundles right now. There's this one, the bundle for Ukraine. And specifically if you are into tabletop stuff, just looking for that one. Tabletop RPGs for trans rights in Texas. If you're into tabletop RPGs, there's more tabletop games, printable tabletop games, there than you'll ever have time to play. So, for $5, it's going for another 30 days. Many small, interesting. Yeah, no, absolutely. So, but some of them are in both. So, there is also that. I will be honest about this tabletop bundle that's really bothering me, and this is always one of the top ones that pops up whenever I pop up this bundle. And every time I see it, I'm sure this game is fun, but it just reminds me of the Chainsmokers song. But let me take a selfie, and I want to jump off a very, very tall building now, because now that is stuck in my head. And it's been stuck in my head all morning because of that. Hotbeards? We did completely recover Coffin and get a migrant wave before I retired it, but I did retire it. I completely recovered Hotbeards. So Hotbeards is fine. It will recover. I'm just no longer in control of it. And in that world where our next order of operation for there's no issues with links here as long as you don't post porn. If you post porn, unfortunately, I have to permanently ban you. And if you self-promote, I will yell at you unless you have permission. But aside from that, yeah, you can post basically whatever. We don't really have any posting rules here. I'll take a look at that in a second. Oh, also, if it plays sound, I probably won't click on it. Let's just go for crafts. I missed one. That's fine. Well, I won't hear it if it needs sound. Yeah, I'll look at that later. They are shouting. Well, I mean, like literally, if it's just remember, if it requires sound, I can't play it on stream, and so I can't listen to it. So I will minimize it and put it in the to-do list for after. Although it's next fucking level, which is a subreddit I follow anyway, so I'll probably see it tonight. I mean, hot beards, hot blades, hot weirds. I mean, it all works. I'm actually kind of curious. What are the soundtracks? Bunch of soundtracks I haven't heard before. Why are you trying to read purple on black? But yeah, purple on black is really hard to read. It's like yellow on blue. Or dark yellow on dark blue, rather. Although it depends on the shades of purple and black. If it's like a light purple with black, that's not too. If it's like a dark purple and a dark black, yeah, that's real hard to read. I realize that's kind of a redundant thing to say, but yes. You heard me. That's some good news. And your physical yesterday and all of the labs came back as normal. Doc said, whatever you changed in your diet, keep it up. And I stopped putting... Yeah? You stopped putting Java Monster in your morning coffee and you drink it black now? Is that the only change you made? I have a question. Did you tell the doctor that you made that change? Or did you just like make that change and be like, yeah, it is small changes, not major. But good job. After they gave you the results. This reminds me of my old neighbor. We used to have this person living next door to us years ago. In the first house I lived in when I was growing up. And he was an author. And he would drink according to my mom, 3 cups of coffee a day. But each one of his cups was quite this mug that was this big, which was quite literally the size of a pot of coffee. I'm not going to roll with that lyric because unfortunately the singer of that musical group, Mark, is a bit of a white supremacist. Anyway, also saves $3 a day. Fuck yeah. But how you doing, Mark? It's good to see you. But he was an author, and he had this, and he had like these jittery problems, and his doctor always told him that he can't drink as many cups of coffee, so he just kept buying a bigger mug, because originally he would drink like 20 cups of coffee a day, and then he had like shaking problems and heart problems and like digestion problems and all sorts of other problems, and he was like, you need to drink less coffee, only 3 cups a day. So he just bought a cup that was like this big. Just do some research before you say shit like that in my chat, Mark, and I need to do this. Just do some research. 20 cups, yeah. Modern problems require modern solutions. I agree. As somebody who used to drink way too much coffee. So I earlier today said that I'm not super into anime, but there is something that I am super into, which is mechs. And, this comes out tomorrow? I need to look up and see where keys are available for this. Because this looks schmexy. Yeah, this looks schmexy. It's got a demo too. It looks smooth. I'd play that. Depends on where you buy it. There's lots of different styles and places and ways to make coffee. So it doesn't matter where the coffee is made. It matters how you prepare it. Chubs. That's like saying that North American water isn't European water. It's like, I mean, there's no difference. Popular styles of European coffees is a lot more espresso based than a lot of Western coffee beverages. However, you can absolutely get an espresso based coffee. An espresso doesn't necessarily have more caffeine than something else. So, kind of a silly, pointless statement. Cutest, you have a good night. Sleep well. Hopefully you don't need a VPN tomorrow. Hopefully. Stay safe. Literally looking for people distributing keys for this game right now. I'm literally just going through services to see if I can find a key for this one. Got a search option here. Ooh. I need to try that. I like run-based tactics games. So you'll be right back? Alrighty, Wendigo. We'll do that. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to have a sip from my cup. I mean, I already showed it, but... And I thought I linked it, but I guess I didn't. Let's buy that clear glass Zug Zug. And the steel toy hammer. Why not? Dwarves have brought everything. Bring more crafts. That and powders and extracts. I mean, yeah, it reminds me of a few games, but I really like the theming of it. So, trying to find if there's code available anywhere for it. You're not referring to Into the Breach, are you? Is probably the main one I can think. I can think of two that are similar to that. Yeah, Into the Breach is a lovely little puzzle game / tactics game. Yeah, great game. Phenomenal soundtrack. Absolutely phenomenal soundtrack. I think I've probably spent more time listening to the soundtrack for Into the Breach than actually playing it. I think I put like 60 hours into it. I played a large portion of that game, but I didn't stream any of it. I streamed like 4 hours of that game, and it was so insufferable for streaming that I just stopped. Became strictly an off-stream game for quite some time. Good game. Good game. That was a awful game for streaming, though. Just because people liked to backseat and to an insufferable degree. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. If it pops into my brain, I will say it. I haven't played the other one. That's why. I just saw it at PAX a couple of years ago. Like, hold on. I know it's on Steam. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to go digging through Steam to try and find a random game. As much of an encyclopedia for games as my brain can be, it's not perfect. I also buy these orthoclase blocks. Is the right color? What are you trying to do, Mark? I'm just curious. Like, what is your end goal here? Battletech's kind of a different game, though. They're not making a sequel to Battletech. They're working on something. Sure. But have you ever heard of the term, Now's not the time. I mean, it's a good song. Don't get me wrong. But, like, I think you're a little dense. MechWarrior 5 is okay, not twitchy enough. You want a mech sim to be twitchy? What's wrong with you? Like I said, it's not the time nor place, Mark. Because if you are trying to get timed out for 24 hours, you're doing a pretty good job. You're doing a really good job. You know? I'm not going to, but you're doing a really good job of tempting me into timing you up for 24 hours. Let's buy some more instruments. Like, think about what's going on in the world, and then the song that you're typing in lyrics for in my chat. Just think about that. You're not annoying me, but you're certainly making yourself look stupid right now. Phantom Brigade is not the game that I was thinking of, and no, it's not out already. Well, actually, I think it's in early access on Epic. Yeah, well, it's one of the biggest topics of discussion in this chat constantly, so. Use your brain sometimes. It's helpful. But yeah, MechWarrior has always been like a, what do you call it? MechWarrior has always been more of a sim, less of a arcadey game. So if you want like arcadey, twitchy combat in a MechWarrior game, you're playing the wrong franchise. Think about it. Read the lyrics. And then think about what's going on in the world. And just think, is that maybe not the best song to be blasting lyrics for into my chat? You know, like, use common sense and tact, and you'll be absolutely fine in my chat. Those are two things that you haven't had at all since you got here. So let's start over. How about instead of you being a dum-dum, you say, hi, Blind. Hi, chat. How's your day been? And my day's been good. I didn't get a shower this morning, though. I did take a shower last night. That was really nice. I ate this chocolate bar that was $3 off, so it was $2 instead of $5. So I got organic dark chocolate for dessert last night, which was delicious. I bought fuel for I can't click that. I know that for certain. I don't even know what song that is. Yeah, I don't know. Quit being an idiot, Mark. I like you. I don't want to time you out. Don't make me. You need to remember that I'm the person who very much overthinks things all the time. How's Oswix doing? Restless. Restless, restless, restless. Not much I can do about that. You want to know a fix for getting songs stuck in your head is just smoke a lot of weed, and then your minute-to-minute memory will get worse, and you'll forget the song that was stuck in your head 10 minutes later. Actually pretty efficient. Assuming it's legal where you live. Let's go make more yellow. Well, there you go. That's how to get songs out of your head. You baked all the time. Brass bars. Do brass, and bismuth bronze. I mean, if that song's still getting listened to your head, stuck in your head, clearly you didn't listen to it enough when it was new and came out. The one real disadvantage to having my brain is I can very much become kind of a no fun zone at certain times, depending on what my brain is doing at the time. Why can't I find all this fucking bismuth? There it is. Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. You guys are making me not miss song requests at all. So happy we haven't done those in like a decade. It feels like it's been less than that, but we used to do song requests every Fridays on this stream. And admittedly, I found a lot of really good music from that, but my God, the unpleasantness was vastly outweighed by the fun parts of those streams. I used to dread those streams until chat finally was like, you know, if you hate these so much, just stop. And I was like, you know, that's a good idea. So I did. And then I lost a couple subs the next day because that was the only reason they followed me, was to like listen to music on those days. I don't really miss them. Yeah, DMCA is also a big fat reason to not do that. Although, funnily enough, I follow a couple channels on Twitch that still just play the exact same playlist they've been playing since the beginning. And they're kind of my canary in the coal mine. It's like, if these like 4 small channels that I follow suddenly all get banned, then I know that like shit's getting serial again. I kind of doubt that because nobody's made of plastic, Mark. You know, I'm just going to go on a limb here, Mark, and say that you're not doing any better of a job to get yourself timed out. Like, if you really want to get timed out, just keep doing what you're doing, because you're not really funny. You've never heard of any bans by DMCA? You need to dig deeper, my dude. You need to dig deeper. There's a few channels that have been permanently removed due to DMCA, but most of the channels that have been removed due to DMCA did things, got a DMCA strike on their account, and then did it more. So I have heard of channels getting their channels removed via DMCA. They're all like not huge channels, but it's happened. I know somebody who has 2 strikes on their account and like doesn't do Just Dance streams at all anymore because of it. Used to just be a Just Dance streamer. But yeah, if your point in chat today, Mark, is to just type in earwormy lyrics into my chat, I might just time you out for 8 hours because I'm in the mood. Nothing against you, but participate in a positive way in the chat room. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove you. You're just kind of annoying right now. Good gracious, we're not living in a country or world or country where even mentioning songs is forbidden? Yeah, fair. Friend pointed me into your direction. Well, I don't know who your friend is, but you can smack them because that was mean of them. Why would they do that? Point them at me, of all people. Mr. No Fun, welcome. It's good to see you. Hi. I'm very good at making first impressions. This is not a joke. You mixed YMCA, the song, with DMCA and was really confused for a minute. You should go to YouTube and type in DMCA song, and you'll find many YMCA covers of We're Gonna Die from a DMCA and stuff like that. It's great. There's like a whole playlist of them on Spotify. You gotta run DMCA, this is true. Not to be confused with Run DMC. But yeah, welcome to the channel, Karoth Flex. In a weird mood today. But then again, that's pretty normal for me. One of my favorite instances of somebody getting a DMCA takedown on a thing and a strike on a channel is a YouTuber who makes synthesizer videos that I watch, named Starsty Carr. Got a copyright strike on his channel for demoing a Moog, I think it was Moog Matriarch? Just demoing the high pass filter, just going on this thing, which apparently is the exact thing that the Chemical Brothers do at the beginning of one of their songs from the 90s. So he got a channel strike from the Chemical Brothers for doing that, at which point he made another video complaining about this and recreating what he did the first time, showing like how stupid it is that that's the chunk that got caught. And then it blew up, and like he even got like a comment from the official Chemical Brothers YouTube account saying, "We're trying to sort this out with Warner Brothers. Sorry," and he got the strikes removed. But it was very funny. Don't worry. At least 2 people have said that they're new to the game today. And there's definitely people who watch me who've never played Dwarf Fort. Just said that your forts are amazing and really in-depth and said that you should take a look. Fair enough. I mean, if you have questions, shout at me. This fort is very boring, but huge. To the point where if I scroll down a little bit, there's the, you know, the little maze that I made. Because, quote, I was bored. Or mostly making my floor look pretty. You know, full fort. This fort is literally years old, after all, yes. We started this particular fort in August of 2020. I think I should have enough to do another line of these. Full of bismuth bronze. Black bronze. Of 25. We'll do 2 of these. Speed math isn't wrong. Yay, my speed math wasn't wrong. Aside from the population dying out, there's never been big dangers in this fort. Like the odd forgotten beast, but we've been in the age of heroes for a long time. I'm assuming that is a thing that I should ban, so I'm just gonna ban it. Are we at the point now where people just post tiny shortened links? When was the last migrant wave? The year 128. And we're in the year 381. And no, it's not because the world is dead. The world is very much alive. But when you hit 3,000 dead on the dead and missing screen, don't worry, you're not missing much. It was just a bit.ly link. Or not even a bit.ly link. It was just a link shortener link. It's like half of a bit.ly link. It's t.ly, whatever the fuck that is. Anyway, when this screen, the dead and missing screen, hits 3,000, you stop getting migrants. Theoretically, yeah, if every other faction dies, but most of the factions aren't at war in this world, so it won't fully die out. But because this screen hit 3,000, or currently is at 13,552, when it hit 3,000, we stopped getting migrants. We haven't had a migrant since, so we never will get another migrant. Unless I were to install DF hack, which would go against the whole point of this discussion. The whole point of this fortress is to prove to people that you can in fact keep a fort alive indefinitely without dying to frame rate death. That is the point of this fortress, is to prove to people that they're fucking wrong. And there's a lot of wrong people in the Dwarf Fortress community who vehemently disagree with me on my stance that, oh my god, it's not possible for you to keep a fort alive indefinitely. You absolutely can. You just need, kind of need to know what you're doing. Which is the whole point of this fort. No. Patch. Definitely not. I mean, duh. Yes, the dwarves in my fort need to get married and have children in order for the fort to survive, which is why we do the long periods of socialization. And to keep the family trees varied, because dwarves won't marry siblings, but they will marry cousins. Especially removed cousins, like distant cousins. We have to go over to these 2 helixes that we got very early on and request merchants, which is why I have merchants in my fort, because they are families that start new family trees in the fort, because some of the dwarves in this fort are descendants of the initial 7 still. Generally, the victor is nobody wins, because usually if everybody's at war in a world, it's because there's necromancers everywhere invading everybody. There are no necromancers in this world. So, like, the goblins are fighting with people, sort of. Like, there's light skirmishing happening, but I'm not involved in any wars, so. Yeah, absolutely, audio. This fortress is older than some relationships and marriages. In real time. In August, it'll be year 3. You're bored about what? Audio? You want to know what's real funny? Is, I'm doing some math. Hold up. Next year. Oh, you're at work right now? Oh, wow. You're almost never here when you're at work. There must be nothing going on. As of next year, I will have been streaming longer than my longest relationship. The California airport? Like, which one? Like LAX? Oh, San Jose? You could go visit King, potentially, if you were at LAX. You should try your, Merc, you should try your sound command, see if it wakes. The best day of my life was in San Jose. I've come to that term, or I've come to terms with that this past year. That was the best day of my life. I mean, you should try exclamation point Merc. M-Y-R-K. Yours won't pop up in there, but because you're paying me for a sound command. It's your command. Which I set up last night. That's the one you should try.
We found it! We found it! We found the guy's wiener!
Might need to boost the sound of that one. It doesn't have a cooldown either, so you can use it whenever. Let's test that one. Because not only, like, am I setting up new sounds, as of yesterday, I have a new bot as well. Try it again.
We found it! We found it! We found the guy's wiener!
There we go. Oh, probably just because it was, like, me saying something along the lines of, like, I've been streaming longer than my longest relationship or something. Yeah, I don't know. Matter memories, who knows. But yeah, best day of my life was in San Jose. That was when TwitchCon happened in San Jose, because me and Hobo got a tour of the Tesla factory, which was just real cool. Got to hang out with a friend of mine, who gave us a tour of the Tesla factory. We went and got steak afterwards, and we got to drive around in Elon's car. That was probably the best day of my life. Quite literally, probably the best day of my life. There's kind of no contest there. Well, that's good. Do you have a source for that statement, Oshan? Whenever like people make statements about like stuff that's going on in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, I always ask for like a news article or a tweet or something. It's like, do you have a source? That sounds like good news. Okay, so that's the second one that I'm aware of then. Interesting. Merc, if you're not aware, I'm just making everybody aware of this. Once again, itch.io has a bundle to help people in Ukraine. It is $10. It'll be for sale for another 9 days and 8 hours and 26 minutes. And someone topped the top contribution with 2,000. But they've raised what? 1.685254.47 USD as in donations to Ukraine in less than 24 hours. Less than 16 hours, actually. Because it started with just 10 days flat. It's been running for, like, less than, not even a full day. And they're already at this. So, it has 572 games, 317 tabletop games, 51 game assets packs, 8 soundtracks, 8 tools, 10 comics, some books, and whatever miscellaneous is. Kingdom, Two Crowns, and Towerfall. It also has Hack, H-A-Q-U-E, which is phenomenal. Cloud Gardens, which is great. It's got Lucifer Within Us, which is neat. Inmost, which is great. Super Hot, which is worth the price of admission. It's such a fucking good bundle. Holy shit. And it's $10. It's $10. You know, I would never do the $5 rant thing that one chick did on Twitch that one time, but my God, I would do that for it. It's $10. $10. Also, it's fall. It's winter now. You need to buy that bundle. It's okay. You have 10 days. I mean, I'm going to buy it on payday. Gamers found their way to start wars to get cheap bundles. What is the $5 rant? That one chick who's an alleged political commentator on Twitch who harassed her chat for 10 minutes straight over the fact that they didn't have $5 to subscribe, and how if you don't have $5 to subscribe, you should go get a fucking job or something like that. I don't know. It was just a whiny girl on Twitch being an asshole, and it became a meme for a brief period of time where if someone couldn't afford to subscribe, you have to sit there and go, it's $5! It's $5! Anyway, if you can't afford to subscribe, don't fucking worry about it. It's fine. I'll be okay. But you should buy that bundle. Even if you don't plan to play any of the games, you should buy that bundle. Find Heaven Will Be Mine? I'm not even familiar with what that game is. What's Heaven Will Be Mine? Also, if you're in this channel and you really want to sub but you can't afford to sub, just make that clear and we'll find someone to gift you a sub. If you want to sub. Otherwise, it don't matter. Or if I'm in a particularly good mood, maybe I'll just gift you one. Especially if you're from Russia. Oh, and also, my little blind is helping goal thingy here, where we're helping Ukraine, is at 371. Yeah. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but fun fact, as a fundraising person on Tiltify, I think I first used Tiltify in like 2019, I think was the first time I used it. Maybe it might have actually been 2018. But since then I've raised, I think it's about $10,000 for charity. It's like over 10 grand now. Just by myself, which I'm quite okay with. That's a good number. Nice round number. You want to be clear, you almost never use Twitch. You try to watch Verge Skeletor, but you're unlucky. So you're the last link that connects you with this site, and you're still scared after getting into that You're still scared after getting into that visual ASMR tag. I mean, just let me be honest with you. Twitch is fine. Like, as far as websites go, Twitch is fine. Twitch just has direction problems right now. It's a mecha visual novel? Huh. Well, I mean, those itch bundles are always open to add more games and things to them. So if you know that author, you should reach out and be like, hey, you should put the thing in this bundle. You have to say that I work there? I'll have you know I'm an independent contractor and they don't give me health care. If they gave me health care, like if they paid for my dental bills, then I would kind of have to. But Twitch is fine. Like in comparison to the competition of all the other streaming services, Twitch is the best streaming platform. But Twitch kind of sucks in a lot of ways. Everything could be better, though, if you nitpick. I may lock all the dwarves inside for a little bit. Might. At how not good YouTube streaming is. YouTube streaming has like a lot of really good features. But that it is very obvious that that platform is still not designed for streaming. It's still shockingly terrible. Designed implies that design was present. I mean, okay. I'm not a huge fan of the way YouTube does a lot of things, but people do work at YouTube. There are designers on the staff at YouTube, and they work very hard, and they're very talented. Be nice to them. Come on, man. Like, geez. If you were a salaried paid artist that worked at YouTube, and you saw that pop up in a Twitch chat, would that make you feel kind of bad? I mean, come on, man. Like, is it not great? Yeah, it's not. It's not the best platform, but that's fine. There's plenty of design work there. Whether or not I agree with the direction of said design work is irrelevant. There's still a lot of design work there. It's just like I tell people to not say that Dwarf Fortress is ugly, because Dwarf Fortress is beautiful in its own weird, quirky way. And I ran out of black bronze. You know, it's funny because parts of YouTube are like the design is not great. Like there is a lot of issues with parts of YouTube, but the back end is kind of great. Like the amount of analytics they surface and they make that stuff super easy to digest and read and comprehend for someone who like doesn't have an analytics degree is actually like kind of surprising. Like it's pretty impressive. You should feel bad anyway. Dude, that's like saying that people who use Microsoft can't use Apple devices, yet at the same time, every person that I know that works for a Microsoft adjacent company uses Apple devices for all of their work stuff. Yeah, this is true, Hoshan. I think the main issue that I have with YouTube streaming is the way that their chat functions. Because half of the people who watch streams on YouTube, one, don't realize they're live, or two, they think things are live when they're not live. Like the messaging to the average user who doesn't understand how the platform works is pretty poor. But that's about it. They use MacBooks to code Windows. It's a lot more stable. Computers are tools, and different types of tools are good for different types of projects. You're not going to use a screwdriver for a project that requires nails. You're not going to use a buzz saw. You're not going to use a saw for a project that doesn't need anything to be cut. You know? Just like you're not going to use a Windows rig for a Linux job. When your only tool is a hammer. Well, that's like, when your only tool is a hammer. Well, I guess I get to do all of this coding and design work on a Windows PC running Windows Vista, because that's all I got. Not even the good Vista, but like pre-patch Vista. You spent years honing their analytics for ad deals. What, on YouTube, Merc? I will say, I do kind of want to believe that YouTube's analytics are kind of sexist, because according to YouTube, 99.9% of my audience is male. And based on a quick poll from Twitch chat, that is not true. Absolutely not true. To the point where it'll be like, this video with 10,000 views was only watched by men. It's like, I know for fact that's wrong, in fact. You wouldn't use a Raspberry Pi to run Dwarf Fortress. Isn't there like somebody who made a Raspberry Pi that runs Dwarf Fortress? Completely automated? Made a DF aquarium. Wasn't that a Raspberry Pi? I thought it was. Wait, what? Did I do it again? I did banana. Oh, it's a violation of a production order. Apparently, I missed a production order. Whoops. So we need one crutch and one door. Please. Yeah, but when you sign up for a YouTube account, What I actually think is I think that if you are not signed in or don't have all of your tracking features, it defaults to male. That's my theory. But something seems weird about that analytic. I know some. I've seen people do things with DF on RPIs though. So a value is chosen, yeah, which would mean that the data is sexist. Which is funny because like my audience is like 84 or something percent female or male to female on Twitch. But on YouTube, it's like 99.99999. And the audience on YouTube is way bigger. Like, way bigger. Like, I get, like, anywhere from, like, 70 to 100,000 views a month on YouTube. On my Twitch channel, I get, like, 10 on a good month. It used to be higher, but, like, I get, like, maybe 10,000 unique views per month on Twitch versus YouTube. So Twitch is a much smaller pool than YouTube. Whereas, according to YouTube, it's, like, I did a complete and total sausage fest according to YouTube analytics, which really makes me kind of squint. It's like, that can't be true. The dude who was building Doom from the ground up in Factorial? Means sometimes you gotta invent a chicken before you can have an egg. So Banana's been arrested. Resentful. Have I played Minecraft? That's like asking me if I've breathed oxygen. Yes, I played Minecraft. Has anybody here not played Minecraft? That's actually a curious question now. Chat, have you not played Minecraft? Has anybody here not played Minecraft in their entire life? What, like writing Dwarf Fortress and Redstone? I'll be honest, I can't imagine Redstone because I quit playing Minecraft before they added Redstone. I played a lot of Minecraft Alpha in Java in like 2010 on a server with some friends, and we built a big ass house and airships and fun stuff. And then like they added these annoying green things that blew our stuff up, and we got real mad. And then they made us actually have to harvest materials to be able to build things, and we had to like transfer our server over from a server to a creative server because they added in survival and creative servers, and we were like, what the fuck? Why would you want to go out and harvest all this boring shit? And we went back to playing League of Legends. I mean, Minecraft's a really fucking good game. It's just not the type of game that really holds my brain. You know that rasps can be used for amazing stuff. You just don't know. You'll never know how or why. I mean, I have a RPi 3, which at some point I need to dive in to mess with and build a server with and use it as a server controller and make a media deck and all that fun stuff. There's a bunch of stuff I want to do, but unfortunately, haven't gotten to it yet, and I can't afford all the pieces to build the thing that I want to build, so pretty far from. You have logic gates in Dwarf Fortress. You just need to get smarter about them. They're called vampires and levers. Oh boy. Someone's being someone's commenting on my post about this thingy, which, by the way, nice. Just slightly under the 420. Someone was criticizing me having that, at which I have to say, saying that I shouldn't trust the media on either side, blah, 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 blah. I don't fucking care about the media. I care about what my friends in those locations are saying. I don't fucking care about the media. The site took 40 cents. Damn it. I don't think I can donate 40 cents. Close enough. Smoke them if you got them. Besides, I don't read American media anyway. Lost power a couple hours ago? That sucks. Why'd you lose power? Last time my power went out was literally because of a bird's nest. I'm so mad. Reddit is all American media? That is not true. That is absolutely not true. That is true, Mr. Hatch. Absolutely. I mean, the people that you need to listen to in situations of crisis are the people that are in crisis. And unfortunately, not everybody can smack their chest and scream, "Maximum strength!" Game from the bundle that looks really nice. What? Peeking? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, this does look nice. A little bit too pixely. Like, I have a hard time with these really, 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 really dense pixel looks. Does look nice, though. Build your own villainous hired out. Hire monsters and buy traps. Ooh. Cool. You like. If anybody's wondering what I'm talking about, go to my YouTube channel and go to the community section. By the way. Dwarves are just putting shit away still. Let's lock them in the tavern for a little bit. It's time to give the dwarves a break. Excuse me. Yeah, no, I've read this entire person, and quite frankly, my response is as follows, which I posted in response to that person's post on my post, which is, I have friends on both sides of the border, sawed off, let me do what the fuck I want. Except I didn't say fuck in the post. That's why I care. That's why I care. This does look cute though. Looking at this game. Rich's Den. Good catch, B-Lug. Good catch. You don't know how you haven't seen that before? What about the real big table up here? It's funny, I've had a couple people point this out on YouTube and on Twitch that it's really annoying that the pattern doesn't end. This one is an artifact. So... I mean, just go to the community section of my Discord and read that person's comment if you want to see it. I agree, audio. No people caught in between either of those deserve what's going on. Also, somebody broke, looks like Oswick's tantrumed. Broke 2 windows, or is still tantruming. Well, that's not good. Oswix, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta be like that, man? Why you gotta punch people? Now you're just punching people, starting fistfights. Come on, dude. Russian people are just like all other people. So everything is easier said than done in this world. I like how this dwarf became a wrestler halfway through this tantrum. You feel satisfied while improving wrestling? Yeah, you do. Felt satisfied upon improving striking. That's funny. This dwarf, while tantruming, this dwarf trained their wrestling enough that they became a wrestler. That's very funny. There we go. Oswix is getting probably a pretty short prison sentence. Yeah, 57 days in prison for 3 counts of vandalism. That tab. That tab. Yeah, unfortunately, propaganda works. What Hoshan said. Unfortunately, propaganda works. Really a huge amount we can do about it. And the bigger guns get, the more frequently they fail, Frog. You know, charging a police force that is carrying batons is one thing. Charging a police force that's carrying automatic rifles is something completely different. To make a crutch for the mayor. Or tanks. Yeah, that too. Or tanks. which is why I have so much respect for all of the people in Ukraine that are just like standing down against tanks and Russian military. Often a convenient lie is easier than facing harsh reality. It's perfectly human. Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Not sure where my frame rate went, but my frame rate went bye-bye in the last 10 minutes. Happens occasionally with this fort, and it takes a little bit to fix it, but we'll fix it. It's just a matter of figuring out what's causing it. What the holdup is. My current suspicion is this is the holdup, this dwarf getting arrested. I don't think you do, amateur, but there's nobody available right now. Unless I did. I might have, and then you might have died. I think like that might have happened to you. I think you got one and then died like the same year. Does happen sometimes. You had one in the other fort, which is probably what you're thinking of, though, because I don't think I ever gave you one in this fort. Because the last person that got one and then died, can't remember who it was. But then again, getting a dwarf in this fort's kind of difficult because it needs a child needs to be born while you're watching, and you need to be the first person to raise your hand. Jen, that is definitely a believable statement, Rog. Usually a tipping point is starvation. Well, there's whole Ukrainian cities right now that have no food or power. Probably no water based on how cold it is in that country. There's reports popping up all over the place of people saying, yeah, we have no water. So yeah, I don't know what happened, but my frame rate went kaput. Find the animal that's stuck or the dwarf that's stuck or something. You know, it doesn't make it humane or pleasant. I don't think that that's a fair thing to say. Also, I'm not talking about Russians. I'm talking about Ukraine. Just because people have been through it before doesn't mean they should ever have to go through it ever. Nor does it mean it's justified. In fact, I'm pissed off that you said that, Frog. But that's fine. You should not be saying that they've been through it before. Yeah, but you're the one who said it, that they said that they did it before. Not a thing that you can say. It doesn't fucking matter if they've been through it before. Your country can just draft you for an arbitrary reason. It's one of the few benefits of being legally blind and having type 1 diabetes is they wouldn't be able to draft me if they wanted to. Yeah, it's even more reasons as to why it should never have to occur again, Hatch. Oh, I know what happened. I think I know what happened. There's a bunch of cows wandering around. That's probably what's going on. You need that cow to get put away. Yep, Zach. This is true. Well, congratulations. We're in one. Amateur. Go join your local anonymous collective and start breaking into Russian security services. Good luck. This is what we're doing. This is what's hurting the frame rate. Got animals that have gotten stuck in places. Making sure there's nothing weird in the trees. Can I ask what country you're from, Oshan? I'm just curious. You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. It's just me asking if I can ask that question. You can answer if you want. You don't have to, though. Oh, you're from Saudi Arabia. Gotcha, gotcha. So you're one of the 4% of my audience on Twitch that's from Saudi Arabia. Neat. Three? Man, busy boy. It's funny. I know of a handful of people from Saudi Arabia or various parts of Saudi Arabia who watch me, and I don't think any of them were born there. They're all like Germans who moved there for work, or like there's a Hungarian guy that I know through Twitch who hasn't been around in a long time who lives there with his wife. His wife is from there. Can now get the tavern dirty. Hopefully soon I can get follower emotes to you guys. Born, raised, and still living there? Okay, well, you're the first one that I know that was born there. Everybody else that I know who is from Saudi moved there for work. The weather is unbearable? I believe it. Like, as somebody who thinks that, like... Sorry, I speak in Celsius here for those of you from Freedom World. If it gets above like 22 degrees Celsius, it's too hot, and I want to leave and like take my skin off and just lie naked on the floor with an ice pack on my head. If it gets above like 22, that's about the point where I start acting like that. So I don't understand how you guys could like tolerate it. Like there is a very funny, or at least I think it's funny, image or photo on the internet of a little cat in Dubai, just like on a balcony, and you can see the Burj Khalifa in the background, and it's just this cat like scratching to be let in, and it's just like, sorry, I forgot I'm in Dubai, let me in. I forgot it's unbearably hot outside. Ah! It's 21C and it's 2 a.m. Jesus fuck. I don't think I would exist during the day if I lived in anywhere in the desert. I don't think I would be able to go outside during the day just at all. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the frame rates, but the frame rates just kind of took a poop. So I guess we wait until they sort themselves out. Yeah, no, I've seen the reports on that. Not the hottest place in the world, though. That's still Death Valley. True BCer. Yeah, no, BCers are only happy if it's nice and mild and between the temperatures of like 19 degrees Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius. It's too cold if it goes below that, and it's too hot if it goes above that. Quit your fucking global warming so I can keep my perfect climate. Thanks. Or, sorry, climate change. Although hopefully the expensive gas prices will stop people from driving as much. That'll help. You refuse to ever go there again? I know somebody who's a friend of a friend who willingly goes to Death Valley every year on vacation. He says it's very zen and meditative. And he likes to go and get really high on like DMT and then wander around at night. Which, actually, assuming like you have air conditioning, you could sleep during the day. I can see the argument. That seems nice. What a legend. I mean, what else are you going to do in the fucking desert? Get high and wander around. Come on. Oh, the Philippines? Gotcha. 20 to 32 C most of the time in the Philippines with 80 to 100% humidity? Yeah, no, that's real hot. Agree that. The problem with not liking hot temperatures is like whenever people are like, hey, you want to go on a vacation to like Hawaii? And I'm like, why? What's wrong with you? I want to go to Alaska in the winter. Yes, Philippines is like as close to jungle as you can get. Literally just is jungle. It's like the hot part of Australia, but also very humid. I mean, except when you go to Las Vegas, you stay inside of air-conditioned buildings the entire time. I don't know if it's literally the same as Las Vegas, but... I was actually talking about this on the last stream I did, Amateur, on Sunday. The last time I went to the beach was the last time I did a polar bear swim for New Year's Day, which was a while ago. My bathing suit froze to my legs. It was on that day that I learned why people frequently do, or why more people do the polar bear swim naked than with clothes on, and why they all go to the nude beach instead of the beach that I was at. They go to the nude beach because then your bathing suit doesn't freeze to your skin. Which... I think I would probably do that. You're not thinking of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, are you, Hatch? Was Tobey Maguire in that movie? I'm not sure which movie you're talking about, actually. Is extremely cold. You see, I don't mind extremely cold. I actually really like extremely cold to the point where I've been buying camping equipment, specifically camping equipment to take snowshoeing. So I'm just waiting for everything to go on sale in the like 2 weeks, 3 weeks because of summer. Like my favorite type. Oh, actually, I think I know what might be breaking me. Feels like it's helped, but not a huge amount. Nope, still about the same. Damn it. What is breaking the frames? Actually, it might also just be fighting at another city and there's nothing I can do about it. Because it's not cold when you're cozy and by the fire. It's cold elsewhere, outside. The weather's cold enough to freeze. There's no way in hell that you can get you to go camping or to the beach. Let's see. When I went When I did the polar bear swim, it was minus 16 outside. It was minus 16 when I did the polar bear swim. And for camping, I don't know, like minus 30 at night or so, where I will go camping. At a point, it stops mattering, really. Like, the difference between, like, 5 degrees and minus 5 degrees is kind of a lot. The difference between minus 5 degrees and minus 30 degrees isn't that much. At a point, it's just cold. Like, it kind of stops mattering. As long as it's not super windy, it's fine. Holy shit. I have a lot of kangaroos and a lot of marmots. Oh, hey, that helped. We had some job canceling going on in the background. A few things that I'm like starting to find that were hurting the frames. Still not great. They've recovered a bit. A lot of the difficulty of this fortress now is like frame rate vanishes for some reason. I have to figure out why. Nope. I can just tell. I find the frame rate tracker very annoying. But we're probably about 15 frames a second right now. If I had to guess. Normal for this fort is about 30 to 40. And every now and again there will be a year like this where at a point it just crawls and I can't figure out why. And then it always comes back after a bit. It's always strange. Remember when you were a kid reading about the story of a man who got caught in an avalanche? And he used his own poop to free himself from the snow prison that's cold. I mean, I could see it. Oh, it's an interactive album. I'm like, what is this? Huh. Neat. That's kind of neat. I don't know if that's something I don't think that's something I could stream just because it's music. And I don't know what the rights of that thing are. But yeah, no, I'm still kind of like lightly searching through these. This one looks super neat to me in regards to that bundle. Looks super neat. It's one of those games that looks like it would run on a what do you call it? Looks like it would run on a like a PlayStation type deal. Looks kind of awesome, actually. Laptop battery is almost dead and you left the charger where there is no Wi-Fi? Oh no! Best of luck, man. I mean, a Raspberry Pi probably, yeah. This is insane. Russia's economy is defaulting. Potentially tomorrow. Wow. That's crazy. Took a while, as is the norm. Well, right now you're looking at the face of Blind, who just realized that apparently Russia's economy might default tomorrow. It means they're going to default on all of their loans. That's what that means. It also means they won't have any skins in Fortnite anymore, which means they're going to get bullied by other kids at school. So you hate being in prison. What about you? You're resentful, which isn't the worst. Be better, but not the worst. That's actually one of the weirdest things about kid speak in the last couple decades for me, is the fact that people unironically use the word default as an insult. What does defaulting on loans means? If you default on a loan, Chad, I need a banker. If you default on a loan, it's essentially stating that you can't pay it, so the bank takes your collateral, whatever your collateral is, assuming you can provide collateral. If you default, like if I bought a house and I defaulted on it, that would mean the bank would take my house. If you took out a loan for $5,000 and you default on that loan for $5,000, they take whatever you put down as collateral. Good fucking question. So, like, when the housing market crashed in the Western world, mostly America, that was the housing market defaulting. Take Ukraine is like, give Ukraine back. That's their collateral. Collateral? What am I saying? Thanks for the quarter. I are stupid. Here's me. But yeah, TLDR, it means a lot of our economies are going to explode next 2 weeks. Doesn't fucking matter what's happening in the war. It means it's about to start affecting everybody even more than it already has. Let's put the Electrum that we bought in there. Let's put the Bismuth Bronze. I've actually got a bunch of Bismuth Bronze, more than I realized. We'll do that in a second. Ire stupid. Give me a moment. Find the bismuth. Go. Scrolling up a wee bit. Coin this for the history books. Somehow farmers are incredible at tank acquisition. Centaurs follow Pegasi merrily. Cold beer brings warm feelings. Tipsy feelings, sloshy snow. Muck is my addition. Best of luck. All caught up. It's 5.5 a gallon. What's the normal price? I don't know the American prices for gas. For the Canadian equivalent, gas 3 weeks ago here, based on my observation of walking around town and looking at gas stations occasionally, gas was about 140 cents a liter. It's now 210 cents a liter. And it's supposed to go up to about 400 something cents. Basically, I'm just hoping that our gas prices hit 420.69 cents per liter, and at that point, the market can crash. But we got to get it to the 420.69. Come on, we can do it. Go Canada. Man, 3 cents too expensive. Axon, you fucked up. 3 cents too expensive. You're not driving 200 kilometers every weekend to bring your kids to your parents. I mean, that's unfortunate, but also maybe better in the long term for the survivability and usage of your car and also gas prices. 1 gallon is about 3.8 liters. Yes, but there's too much math in this discussion for me to do it. Because I just don't care. It's funny because like a lot of people who were completely, I guess, living under a rock when it comes to world news and not paying attention to the crisis in Ukraine at all, suddenly realized that it was happening here. There's people protesting in front of Shell gas stations because Shell is still buying gas from Russia. It's like one of the few companies that is. In fact, they're buying it at a discount. So don't buy gas from Shell. Unless, you know, you're into supporting war crimes. Me too. Axon, me too. World would be better if it was just a little bit more socialist. Also, I'm pretty sure I lost a subscriber for posting this thing as a community post on my YouTube channel. So, shrug. Nothing of value is lost. I mean, admittedly, I did tell them to sod off, but they deserved it. Bit more ethical would be nice. Bit more humanist. So, I think Cyclone just sold me a cassette. This is a post-rock band that I'm familiar with. Cyclone posted this on Discord. 100% of the profits from the sales of this cassette will be donated to the National Bank of Ukraine's humanitarian aid account. How much should I buy this cassette for, chat? The minimum price is 7 British pounds. Also, I'm linking it. Website scrolls weird. Scrolls faster than it feels it should. $50? That would, I mean, $50 would put me into financial stress. I think probably around 20 is the most I can afford at this point. Say double to 15 British pounds. Let's do 15 British pounds. And bought 15 British pounds. Which apparently comes to $20 USD. Apparently they don't think my last name is a legitimate last name because it has a space in it. This website is bad. Let's try that again. But yes, my last name has a space in it. That's kind of funny. Oh, I see. They just don't like autofill. This makes sense. How's things? Pretty good. Good as they can be. There, I made it work. A space in it? Yes, my name is definitely Bill Space Johnson. Why do I have a statue garden? Because I had 10 billion lead, so I made a lot of statues. Your surname is hyphenated? Really? I every now and again will run into issues with like, you can't have a space in your last name on like a checkout thing, and it usually ends up being. You always make lead mugs? I made gold and silver mugs. Yay, my order has been received. There you go. Oh, shit. Frontier announced their F1 game. They're making F1 Manager 2022. Interesting. I wonder if that's going to be any good. All right, done purchasing a cassette. I can go back to paying attention to stream 100% now. Tell that to the many centuries where that was the thing, right? Well, something else I might like? What's this? Ooh. It's 1 bit. I like 1 bit. What's funny is it's like I'm waiting until payday to buy things, except for things that are limited and can sell out. Which is why I just bought that tape immediately, because I'm like, well, tapes have a habit of selling out, so I just bought a tape. It's also not the first tape I've bought because money goes to good things. Durians? What are those? Are those durians falling off cliffs? Yes, they are falling off cliffs. How many dwarves? Sad dwarves? I don't know. Like 6. Does it really matter? As long as they're not breaking things, that's fine. I don't have access to a quickie number. I'd have to go through every single dwarf individually because I don't have DF hack. I don't really care about such statistics. There's about 4 dwarves that are like perma-depressed, but... Yep, that's a DF hack thing. This is why people shouldn't use DF hack as much. It's so that they can learn what's a DF hack feature and what isn't a DF hack feature. Because there are some people that just expect features to exist that aren't actually features in Dwarf Fortress. Also, Cussy, I didn't say a proper hello to you. I hope that you're doing well. And to Elomino, hi. What's up? I mean, you know that I've streamed with DF hack, right, Cupo? Thanks for the $1, Anonymous. Like, you are well aware that I have another install of Dwarf Fortress that has DF hack set up for this version for testing things and tweaking things in this fort to try and diagnose frame rate errors. You also would know that I did a whole series of forts with DF hack enabled. I feel that most of the tools that it comes with just make me lazy. So it's got nothing to do with being stubborn. It's got nothing to do with not knowing what I'm missing. More just, I don't find it necessary. Like, some of the QQL stuff is nice. The one thing that I truly miss, actually, is just having a number. I think it's on this menu, the Z menu, that just tells you how many dwarves have beds. I miss that. That's helpful. That's a feature I would like. But that's like the only thing I really miss. Everything else is just, not super useful to me. Not the way I play, anyway. Don't find myself using a lot of the features. I just find that the game crashes more frequently. Oh, and being able to just do a hard save without backing out to the main menu at any time is nice. Instead of just being limited to auto-saving. Maybe that is your issue with DF? I don't know. I think that everybody should learn how to set up, at the regardless of if you use DF hack or lazy new pack or anything, or starter pack. You should learn how to set the game up without it so that you can, if there's a major version update and you want to try the new stuff. Because a lot of people don't even know how to like launch the game without starter kit installed. I guess it depends on what you're trading for searching trade menus. Why did my brain blow? Crutch, that's what I was looking for. Besides, this isn't an argument. You play the game the way you want. Don't try and tell me how to play the game I want. Because I will do what I want to do. Not your place to tell me what to do. Also not my place to tell you what to do. So you play the game using whatever tools you want to use. What the fuck did that dwarf say? I've taken down one buzzard while stalking. It's a line of dialogue I don't believe I've ever seen before. Yeah, what Hoshan said. I just don't want to. I can quit the LNP anytime. Just take an L when you pee and you're good. One thing that really perplexes me, though, is when people are just like, seem to think that I'm anti-mods. It's like, well, no. I mean, clearly you've missed all of the playthroughs I've done where I play modded factions and whatnot. Clearly you've missed the, like, Mushroom Kingdom VOD that I have. Which I should play again. Kind of missed March 10th, Mario Day this year, which is what I did last year. Or Never mind, March 10th is in 2 days. Do I want to do that in 2 days? I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was after the 10th. Shut up. Craig Smash's Long Night mod run is amazing. That's actually a mod that I have, like, only really scratched the surface of. Like, I have I think it's this version. It might be, like, the version before the one that I'm playing on for Longdeath. I think it was, like, pre-grouping moods change. Because, like, they made a small change where, like, they cluster up to converse. I think it was pre that change. I do have an install of the game with Long Night in it. But I never really got around to it. That's actually a mod that I need to play at some point. I think I've played more time of the Mushroom Kingdom mod than I have of Long Night, which maybe says a lot about me. I don't know. The Mushroom Kingdom mod is amazing because I learned way more about really deep Mario lore than I ever realized I needed to. Lazy noob pack? I do. Because I would never appreciate being referred to as a lazy noob. Very demeaning. Like, the Dwarf Fortress community isn't super gatekeepy, but people think it is. And part of the reason people think it is because of the naming of things like the lazy noob pack. That being said, there are some gatekeepy people, just like you guys gatekeeping me about not using DF hack. Did we not get you food? Yeah, no, there's a lot of helpful features in there. I mean, that's not what it was originally. It was originally just supposed to be a prepackaged version of Dwarf Fortress. But Starter Pack is a much better name for it now. Although Advanced Tools for Power Users should actually be the name of it, in my opinion. But I'm pretty firm on my dislike of Therapist. I don't actually mind DF Hack that much. I am pretty harsh on my takes on Therapist. I think like just all the caged animals is the problem though. Frames are coming back regardless. Almost back up to where we were supposed to be. You mod your pigs to grow fur so that you can have boar yarn? Those are just really fat sheep, right? You can get furs without needing grazing. That's a nightmare factory. Thanks for giving me the image of really hairy pigs. Do you mean Armok Vision? I don't know anybody who plays on Armok Vision. Armok Vision is more of like a visualizer and less of a playable thing. I'm imagining just like wild boars with like the tusks and everything, I'd be going, except like instead of like boars, they look kind of like mammoths. So it's like kind of like a mixture of like the pig and then what's the name of the Muppet who just kind of goes blah, 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 and he's just like all fuzzy. What's his name? You can tell I watched a lot of the Muppets growing up. Definitely not. Animal? Is his name literally Animal? That's kind of what I'm imagining. It's like a mix of like animal and a boar. And maybe like a woolly mammoth kind of hair. It's like Just a really angry pig that's just like really fuzzy. Kind of like orange fuzz. I don't know what color their fur is that you've modded in, but that's what I'm imagining. So, yay. That's about the same as me. The only time I ever really saw... I've seen Muppets Treasure Island. And Muppets was always on at the children's hospital where I used to get my eyes checked with my old eye doctor. But aside from that, I saw like nothing of the Muppets. There we go. Frame rate's back. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened there. For like half of winter. It could have been like any number of things, but... With Marshall from How I Met Your Mother? Wait, hold on. You mean that you sat down with an actor who played a character in How I Met Your Mother? Another show I've never seen a single episode of. I've never seen a single episode of How I Met Your Mother. Or are you saying that that person is in that movie? Yeah, I know I'm not alone on the term lazy noob. Like, if you want people to be interested in learning their game, don't give... Like, maybe, like, a kid would look at that and find that funny, but an adult would look at that and find that insulting. There's a reason we call things starter guides and starter packs and, like, quick start guides and all that. We don't call them, like, guide for idiots. Which is basically what lazy noob pack means. Your religious parent thought that the Muppets were demons? I mean, my parents were religious, which is why instead of, like, knowing a lot about the Muppets, I can probably remember word for word, like, a dozen different Silly Songs with Larry songs and Veggie Tales. It's a part of the show where Larry comes out and sings a silly song. Oh, where is my hairbrush? Oh, where is my hairbrush? Oh, where? Anyway, never thought about it that way. Like I said, I overthink things for a living. Literally what I do. This is why I'm a leftist, is because all I do is sit around and overthink shit. Because I'm technically unemployed and have too much free time, clearly. That or it's because I'm mentally ill. It's one of the two. It's like, I sit around and overthink things all the time, which means either A, I'm mentally ill, or B, I'm just a broken human being. And yeah, some column A, some column B. Your wife comes from a religious family, Christian, also very outdoorsy, meaning she often has zero clue about cultural stuff you take for granted, like quotes from really famous movies like Forrest Gump and stuff like that. My early years and like around kids' cartoons, my knowledge is very low, but around the time that me and my sisters hit like the age of about 13 and 14, most of the rules just kind of went out the window because my dad was going to university again and retraining, and my mom was working a part-time job and homeschooling us. So like a lot of the religious-y tendencies that my parents had kind of just vanished around that point. But like as far as like a lot of things that kids watched during the early years of their life, I think my growing up period was very different than a lot of kids my age because one, I didn't have TV, and two, there was a lot of things I just wasn't allowed to watch for various reasons or another. Like, we didn't start reading Harry Potter until book 5 was out, and the reason for that was the church that we were going to at the time, a lot of the parents wouldn't let their kids, well, not just the church, but the church that we were going out with at the time and the kids group that we hung out with at the time, the parents wouldn't let those kids read those books because they were evil. Turns out J.K. Rowling's a bitch, but like those books are fine for what they are. So we never... Like, I didn't read Harry Potter until book 5 was out. Hey, Raz. Cheers. You have a good look. So, like, just little things like that, as an example. Yeah, I don't know. And not even because my mom had anything against it. My parents had nothing against Harry Potter. They just didn't want us to get, like, bullied by the other kids, so they just got out of our lives for a couple of years. The launcher named the launcher Lazy Noob Pack and refuses to discuss changing the name, and it hasn't been updated in several years, and you've been trying to get someone else to take over the project, mostly because of the name. Would it be possible to just make an open source version? Because I'd be willing to bet you $1, at least 1 or 2 people in this chat would probably be willing to help. Like, how much would it take to just hit feature privity with that? I mean, Clino is like one of the biggest, like, yes, but making a new version just to swap the name. Like, just, how would it be difficult to just, well, I guess if it's already open source, just fucking fork it. Make a fork and rename it. Done. Also LPN. Lazy People Network. It's my new nickname for Fox News. Oi! Don't make me do the light mode rant. Support dark mode and light mode, but make sure that your shit works for both, and don't be like this new bot that I installed yesterday, which has a lot of great features, but the light mode option for this thing is so fucking unusable because they didn't plan for it. Christ, to the point where like certain menus actually don't work in their light mode option. Fuck off. You can't really add commands because whole windows just go black and the text is also black. It's like fucking fuck off. No, support both. Light mode and dark mode. Mostly because I literally can't use light mode in some situations. Or I literally can't use dark mode in some situations, and a lot of apps make their light mode unusable. Ugh! Drives me nuts. Stone, it is the 1st of spring. If you're still lurking. Which means the fortress is now 377 years old. Yeah, we made it. Formerly known as LNP, yeah. Yeah, winter took way longer than it normally does, which is strange to me, but winter took a weirdly long time. Nope. Not even half done. Thanks for the $3.50. You're stupid. Make it a more modern app with a nicer font that just looks like it was made in the last decade. But yeah, Axon, this is why we have the Crimson Pulley playthrough now. Chat, can I get a couple beers for Ire Stupid chucking $3.50 at me? You guys have been really generous today. Cheers. Big thank you. Was this the download link that was renamed to Starter Pack something something? Gotcha. But you know, like, Dwarf Fortress is notorious for being difficult to learn and get into. And starting up the game with an insult to your intelligence is not exactly great marketing. You know? Let me know when you got it, Stone. Tried to package LNP for yourself. Last time you tried to package LNP for yourself, stomped me at compiling DF hack for that version of DF. What? What do you mean? What stomped you? Having an issue? Here, I'll screenshot it for you. Sit here forever. Boop. It's in the Discord now. Yeah, most of the packs aren't named LNP anything. It's literally just a launcher app in Python that causes all a ruckus. I wouldn't say it necessarily causes a ruckus, but it's certainly a little bit immature. Picks, sweet. The elves are going to be showing up soon. Man, so much crap is just getting tossed out right now. It's actually kind of insane. I've been doing spring cleaning in this fort, meaning throwing away a lot of random crap. Just like, speaking of random crap, I don't think that the mayor's wife needs all of that clothing. Sorry to the mayor's wife, but you really don't. We're going to accidentally atom smash a bunch of your clothing. Accidentally on purpose. We are year 382, which is 377. I think I've said the year twice since you got here, but that's okay. Literally, the reason we've slowed down so much is because I've got the other playthrough going now. So I only play Longdeath about once or twice a week now. Longdeath has slowed down a lot just because the stream was waning in popularity when all I was doing was Longdeath all the time. Because, frankly, people were getting bored, and I don't really blame them. We are all noobs at DF? Yes. But I'm going to argue that you shouldn't insult your player base's intelligence, which is what the Lazy Noob Pack does. Because I would also suggest that the majority of the people using the Lazy Noob Pack are not lazy, and they're also probably not noobs. Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly not worth it to the point where most people would make their own pack, which is why nobody does. But I think replacing it with a new one would probably not be a bad idea. Yeah. I mean, fancy graphical tile sets that require DF hack and text will be text stuff is a pain in the ass, yes. Ask your tile sets. You got it because you're lazy and consider yourself a newbie? Fair enough. Heads up, chat. You guys need to do me a huge favor. Yes, but you're allowed to make self-deprecating jokes about yourself. You're not allowed to make a self-deprecating joke about me, because then it just becomes an insult. So I have a Discord server. I just received an email from Discord stating that I have not met the minimum requirements to maintain Discord partnership. If you would like to help me maintain Discord partnership, that means that I need to go from the 39 active communicators, we're currently at 39, up to 50. And every other stat is where it needs to be. But I need that number to go up to 50. So we need 11 new people to join the server and say something in the server. So if you want to help me out, go help us count to 1 million or add something to the AdWords Stories room, or I don't know, post about a movie that you've seen recently, or put a meme in the memes channel. Just don't be a dumb. Come on. Like that person in general. Put art in art. Yeah. Hey, Space Pirate, what's up? Also, you have to count one at a time, and if you type in random words in the counting room, you're gonna annoy people because then they have to start over. Counting to 1,000,000 is hard. We made it to almost 2077 once. Very careful procedure. How's Longdeath? Pretty chill. Had a couple kids today. A couple of my dwarves are in prison because apparently I missed making picks or something. And I need to make more crutches. But it's pretty good. Made a bunch of bismuth bronze. Chilling, chatting with chat. My Tiltify campaign for Ukraine is up to $419.60. And there's an itch.io bundle where you can, well, lost it. There is a itch.io bundle where you can buy about 500 games for $10. And the money goes to Ukraine. So that's also pretty good. And yeah, a pretty good day. Also, the elves appear to have arrived to trade. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Mind. Not really worth mentioning. Well, that's fine. That's the sub server. The sub room at this point. The sub room is where we talk about politics. It's mostly just like cutest ghost going insane because their parents are like very into Russian propaganda and the rest of us feeling bad these days. But yeah, not really. I mean, if you want to, like, it's the same rules as my chat. Be an adult and be tactful, and you can talk about whatever you want. Pretty much. Ketchup's still illegal, though. That hasn't changed. And if you post porn, I'll ban you. Pretty much the same rules as my Twitch chat, generally. Don't be a twit, don't be a bigot, and behave yourself. Act like an adult. You posted a meme or what you think is a meme? I mean, I'm sure it's a meme. Chat, you know what to do in response to that question.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
TLDR, I've never liked ketchup since I was a little child and still don't like ketchup to the point where I gag if I smell it. It's the one like ridiculously stupid and pointless food dislike that I have as an adult, and I've kept it since I was a child. It's pointless and doesn't matter, but it's the hill I die on. Ketchup's disgusting. You can eat it if you want, but it's still disgusting. It's fine as an ingredient in things, but on its own, it's vomit worthy. I kind of feel the same way about mayo to a degree, but nowhere near as strongly about mayo. I don't know. I've just never liked it. Your brother needs to go to prison. Although I'm sure your brother's a lovely person. But in my opinion, your brother should go to prison and never be let out for those crimes of eating pasta with ketchup on it. Ugh. Do I not eat tomatoes? I love tomatoes. I love tomato sauce. I make my own tomato sauce. For me, it is purely the tomato puree mixed with a fuckload of sugar that makes ketchup. It's the sweet that it just makes me feel sick. I cannot smell ketchup. Like if I smell ketchup, I want to throw up. And I worked in a McDonald's for like 9 years. So So I've definitely, like, I'm an adult. I can be around it. I'll eat it if it's given to me. I do not like it. It's disgusting. Like, if I'm handed, like, a hot dog and it has ketchup on it, I'll eat it. I'm an adult. I wouldn't have if I was 7. But it's like, it makes my skin crawl. It's like there's something about that amount of sugar in a, like, I'm kind of similar with mustard. I don't like yellow mustard. Not to the degree that I don't like ketchup, but I love a Dijon mustard or a nice mustard. Is unsugared ketchup okay? I've had zesty ketchups that I'll eat, but at that point it becomes more of a texture thing. Like, if given the option between an unsweetened ketchup or a barbecue sauce that has ketchup as an ingredient, I'll take the barbecue sauce. Like, I don't mind ketchup as part of things. You know, like, if you're using ketchup to make a barbecue sauce, okay, that's fine. But if it's sugar front and it has that kind of ketchup smell that most big brand ketchup has, I don't want it. The smell is part of it. The flavor profile, it's like the vinegar and the sugar is the main issue. I've never had a ketchup that I've enjoyed, and I've had unsweetened ketchup before. I've even had homemade ketchup at a barbecue that a family that I knew growing up had ages ago. They always made homemade ketchup, and I remember my mom insisting that I try some, and I tried some, and I hated it. Hated it. So, yeah, I know, it's still ketchup. Ketchup, it's just like, you know, I've had some people try to argue, like, for mayo for me as well. It's like, I like mayo as an ingredient. Like, I actually have mayo in my fridge, which I use as part of my potato salads and the coleslaw that I make sometimes. But, like, I like it as an ingredient. Ketchup I don't really like as an ingredient. Oh, definitely. I do not like mayo mixed with ketchup, if that's what you're suggesting. That's two gross things that I don't like that make each other worse. Am I against strong tastes? I am a very avid cook that cooks a lot of strong tastes. I'm against sweet things that don't taste like sugar. I like sugar and I like sweet things, but I don't like cheap American condiments, I guess. I don't know. I just don't like ketchup. It's like, it's not like there is no other food in the world I don't like that I can think of off of the top of my head. Like, there is nothing that, like, I dislike to a point where I just won't eat it. Ketchup is the one thing that, like, if it's on food, I will think about whether or not I'm going to eat that. But, like, if I'm hungry enough, I'll eat it. There isn't any other food stuff in existence where I feel that way. I don't eat things that normally go with ketchup generally, but I don't know, a teriyaki sauce, a barbecue sauce. Like, if we're talking like burgers and shit, I barely ever eat things that would require ketchup anyways. I never eat French fries. I have potato wedges sometimes, and those are usually just like a salt and pepper with a little bit of butter or some equivalent. You hate it to the guts? Fair enough. I mean, I think that every person has some sort of, like, completely irrelevant, pointless hatred for ketchup. So when everybody demanded that I make a rules section for my Discord, including Discord partner, I made my rules ketchup is illegal kind of as a joke. But, yeah. You know, ranch is close to ketchup. I don't believe I've ever actually purchased ranch. I'm not a fan of ranch. But I don't despise ranch to the same level that I do ketchup. You are permitted to ask something. Sal Volcano. Exclamation point tile set. This is a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. So if you look up the YouTuber Krug Smash with a K and 2 G's, spelled Krug Smash, you'll find him. But I have various variations on this tile set that are unique to my streams that I use. You want to play like I play? Really slow and boring and talking a lot? I mean, you do you. I just like this tile set because it's like a nice, happy middle ground between ASCII and graphical. And I find it easy to follow, and it's nice. Oh. Also, life hack, if you don't set your tile set as full screen, or if you set your tile set as windowed mode, and then you hit full screen, Sec. You can have ASCII and vanilla at the same time. And I have the hiccups, apparently. Look at that. I'm on fire with the self-burns today. It's because I hate myself. It's almost never has ketchup on it. I mean, my favorite kind of hamburgers are like my favorite burgers usually end up with like a barbecue sauce on them. Or like some mixes of sauces. Just remember that RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are almost completely different games mechanically and play very, very, very differently from one another. If you want a game that's more like Dwarf Fortress to get started with, Odd Realm or No Moria are much better places to start. Dwarf Fortress is very much a world simulation that you can't really interact with outside of building stuff and loosely directing the dwarves. You never get direct control. Even with when they're in a squad and you're commanding a military to go to certain points, you still don't have direct control over them. They can just stop and go do something else if they wanted to. RimWorld is very much a min-maxing combat game. Odd Realm is a lot more similar-ish to Dwarf Fortress in the way it plays, although even Odd Realm brings some things, and No Moria is another one. But the issue with No Moria, and keep this in mind, is No Moria is a dead game. Basically, this is No Moria. It's a dead game. It will never receive a patch again, and it's unfinished. There is an open source free version, though, called Nomia? How do you spell Nomia? Hold up. Hold up. What was the name of the free open source No Moria, chat? I can't remember. Help me out here. But until then, Odd Realm exists, which is on sale currently, apparently. Odd Realm is very cheap. It's kind of like... So you know how Minecraft and Terraria are compared all the time, but they're completely different? Odd Realm is like the Terraria to Dwarf Fortress, where... I don't know, why do you have mixed reviews? Maybe it's because it hasn't patched in like a year. Huh. It's funny. This game's getting a major update in a few days. Or like in a few weeks, maybe. Within the next month, this game's going to get a major update because he's got a huge patch in the beta branch, which is about to come out. In Nomia? In G-N-O-I... Oh, yeah, you're right. It is in Nomia. Yeah, so if you want to try No Moria, try this. Try in Nomia, which is an open source free version of No Moria. I think they have the same features. Yeah, only 13 reviews give it a mixed review, yeah. No, I wouldn't worry about the recent reviews on Odd Realm. Odd Realm is fine. The issue with Odd Realm is Odd Realm only has about, give or take, 30 hours worth of content, give or take. But it's only like $9, so like that's not too hard to justify. What are they actually leaving bad reviews about on Odd Realm? Okay, first one's just complaining about how the dev develops the game. Yeah, it's literally one negative review. 2 negative reviews have given it a mixed review out of the last 13. That's happy, actually. But yeah, I mean, if you're interested in trying Dwarf Fortress, genuinely the best way to get into Dwarf Fortress is just to start playing Dwarf Fortress because it is free, right? But at the same time, it's like, there are other alternatives if you want. Like, if you've never played a game that is like Dwarf Fortress, you'll like, RimWorld is an option, but just remember RimWorld is probably the least like Dwarf Fortress out of all of the games that advertise themselves as being similar to Dwarf Fortress. Very, very far from DF. As much as I love that game. Like, that game's great. It's got its problems, but it's great. It's just very different. Gotten in Nomia to start properly yet? Really? Huh. I don't know what the state of Innomia is. RimWorld is like a base building survival game. Dwarf Fortress is a world simulator with base building elements. But RimWorld also has adventure mode, which is practically Kenshi, right? So Dwarf Fortress is kind of like RimWorld on steroids with way better theming and less edgy bullshit. And also it has another game in it that's just as big. But hey, Darren, what's up? I mean, RimWorld is it's practically a tower defense game in that regard, Oshan, which is fine. I mean, nothing against the game, it's fine, but also, in regards to the Add a Word Stories room on Discord, that is probably the best way to just, like, boost activity on my server. Because you just need to type in one word at a time. But if it's just a string of curse words, I'm not going to read. I mean, for me, it's not... The thing that broke my friendship with RimWorld was around the time they started balancing that game for people who want to power play it and not people who want to generate stories. Once they like realized that, oh, they failed in the type of game they were trying to create and decided to just make a different kind of game. And then they started breaking all of their promises around the same time. Like, a Kickstarter promise from that game is that it would never go on sale. That's one Kickstarter promise. It's been on sale multiple times. They also promised that they would never have a paid for DLC, which they now have 3. And that like exceed the cost of the game. And they're also like $20 each. And they also said that they would never put mods into the game. So instead they just hired modders to make the exact same features as their mods. It's like, yeah, like, whereas Dwarf Fortress is just like, oh, it's a bug? No, it's a feature. RimWorld is, oh, it's a bug that adds fun to the game? Remove it. And that's kind of where my relationship with RimWorld ended. It was just around the time that they started removing every single strategy that I found fun and exciting and interesting. Like, dodging doors used to be such a legit strat, and then they just, like, broke how doors work, and it's like... That and just, like, a lot of the mechanics that game has and permits make it into one of the most insufferable Twitch communities I've ever encountered. Maybe that's just me, but I love the Dwarf Fortress community. You guys are great. But the RimWorld community, especially as that game became huge, became difficult for me to tolerate. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is just like a game that I can just like enjoy. And it doesn't make me hate it. And also the fact that, like, if your fortress in Dwarf Fort dies, the world's not over. You can start a new fort in that world and reclaim your fort. A fox decided it wanted to peep into your house. Did you get pictures? Please tell me you got pictures. That's cute. That would have been the first thing I did. A fox walked into my house. Although, then again, I did have a raccoon come all the way into my apartment to try and steal my chips once, and I didn't get any pictures of it, and Jack got real mad at me. Literally, like, I was repairing a cassette deck, and I was sitting cross-legged on my floor, just, like, fiddling with this tape deck. And then I looked up, and I heard this weird thunk sound, and I looked up, and there was a raccoon in my apartment reaching into my chips bowl. I just stood up really fast, and it just backed up and out of my apartment and sat down on its ass like a person with a chip in its hands. And I slid the sliding glass door shut, and it just started eating the chip. And then it grabbed my watering can, because I have a watering can outside for my plants, and just started drinking out of it like a cup. It was the cutest fucking thing I've ever seen, and I didn't take a photo of it because I was too in awe. And then I just kind of got up and walked away. I was like, wow, motherfucker stole my chip. See, rabies will make animals have literally no fight or flight responses. My neighbors feeding them will also give them no fight or fight response. And there's definitely this one Chinese family that lives in my building that absolutely feeds the raccoons. I've seen them doing it. So, yes, rabies will give raccoons no fight or flight response. Humans being morons will also give raccoons no fight or flight response. Personally, I'm more concerned with the humans being morons one than the rabies one. I feel like this is a bad thread to click on for a lot of people. I'm going to click on it anyway because I'm brave. Aw, that poor fox. That's sad. Rabies, you know, this actually, you know what this looks like to me? This looks like a Skinwalker stuff. You want to feed raccoons? If you want to fuck with a raccoon, give it a sugar cube. Because raccoons like to wash their food. If they have water nearby, they will always wash their food. They will take their food and they will put it in water and they will scrub it. And then they'll eat it. So if you want to fuck with a raccoon, especially one that's in captivity, give it a sugar cube. And it'll like try and wash its food and it'll disappear in its hand and it'll freak out. There was a wildlife rescue that we used to go to, and they always had baby raccoons. We used to go there like maybe once a year or so. They would always have baby raccoons, almost always. Without fail, they would have baby raccoons. And they would always give the baby raccoons sugar cubes. They'd wash them, and they'd disappear, and then they give them a second one, they'd wash them, and they'd disappear. They give them a third one, and they'd just eat the sugar cube. It would always take him a couple tries to remember it. Cotton candy's a good one, too. Oh, yeah, I believe that cotton candy would be good as well. Yeah. Neighbors feed them all the time? That's really sad. Ugh. Also, plan for tomorrow is we're going to do adventure mode and then start a new fort in the other world that I have in the other install. Although it is 4:30 and I'm running late on my lunch. I'm going to go grab me a real quick lunch. And then we'll continue. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too quickly unless you really want to. If you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to test them out, make sure they all work, because we have a new bot. And if you haven't yet, go spend $10 and get 500 games. It's a late lunch for me. And also, if you want to help more, here's a place where you can do that right there. And aside from that, if you want to support the stuff I do directly, there's a link to my Patreon. I will be back in between 5 to 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere too quickly. Round of beers. BRB. See you in 5.
You fucking donkey!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
All right, streamer has returned. Is Spotify still broken? Can you sign into Spotify now? I still can't. That's weird. But yeah, if the stab sound got you, to be fair, that is the old zombie saw you in the older versions of Project Zomboid. Man, watching this is so cool. It's like I refresh this like every 10 minutes, and like every 10 minutes they've made like another $10,000. It's kind of great. It's entertaining to watch. Yeah, I mean, the color settings I use, which aren't the normal ones, are pinned in my Discord, but if you want good color options, hold on, let me... This is a particularly good page in the wiki. And the reason it's a good page in the wiki is because it's got a whole bunch of recommended color schemes. Just find one that like looks nice to you, that looks good, and then just, you know, you can just show all, copy them, and just paste it into the colors.txt. Whether or not it's like a kind of a matrixy color scheme, or like a black and white color scheme, or a whatever that color scheme is, or a this color scheme, or a, I don't know. Mine is like a modified version of one of the dimmer ones. Change some colors around. But yeah, just find one that you like. There it is. But it's pinned in the Dwarf Fortress section of my Discord. If you want to set it up just like this playthrough. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress talk. Why is ketchup illegal? We literally just had this discussion. Chat, do I have to have this discussion that we had 10 minutes ago again?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage.
Well, that first
sugar, and
color
put it in a
scheme
shit
that's
bottle
pinned, yeah,
sounds
that's
like
the one
shit
I'm
when you
using
put it on
right
your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Teal, long story short, it is the only food dislike that I've had for my entire life. You know how everybody kind of has one or two things that is like irrational and makes no logical sense that they just hate for some reason. Ketchup is the only one that I feel that way about. I want to throw up if I smell it. There's a lot of stuff in there. Show you which one. These. These are the colors that I was using when I started this fort. And that's what we're still using in this fort. Yeah, it's the one from 2020. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, there's a lot of things pinned in there. There's like Google Drive links to save files and shit. It's yellow and blue. Till next time, Hoshan. I mean, if you want to see adventure mode show up tomorrow. Just copy paste in. Yeah, just replace everything. That should be the everything. If it's not, then I did something very wrong with that. But yeah, just replace it. Although, word of advice is always back up your install before you start making modifications to Dwarf Fortress. Just in the odd chance that you screw something up. Not saying that you're guaranteed to screw something up or anything, but on the off chance that you do, I would recommend always backing up your save file before you start making some major changes. This is such a weird pathing route that they have to take to do this. Unless, like, it's a brand new install, and then who the fuck cares? You just started? Gotcha. Like, brand new to DF? Alright, well, I mean, if you need help, that room on Discord is the room that you ask questions in if you need help. We can definitely help. Did you stumble in here through YouTube, or? Because I know that you did mention earlier that you were very new. I said I would do this earlier today. This is a flag of Ukraine. Statue. I think Bastet's still here, right? The original Bastet is getting a statue made for Women's Day. Because that dwarf had more children than I think any other dwarf has had since, potentially. Gotcha. Yeah, no, YouTube is a side hustle for me. This is where I looked like a professional. Well, that's wrong. I mean, considering I'm literally wearing a morning coat and pajama pants right now, I don't know if this counts as professional, but I try. But I do get paid to do this full time. Yeah, more or less past it. But yeah, no, I mean, I try. I try to be a pretty good news source for Dwarf Fort. Unprofessional in DF. Yeah, I mean, if you want to see what I consider to be really good forts, watch Cupo. Might even be lurking right now. Like, Cupo's blows my mind on Twitch. I know a lot about DF, but I don't know everything. I just linked the stream. Cupo. K-E-U-P-O. He just makes, like, psychedelic nightmare artwork, and it's beautiful. You want to see, like, the upper limits of what you can do in DF, you gotta watch Cupo. I can tell you the basics on almost everything, but I'm no genius. Dwarf made your dream of kids come true. To be fair, you've had, like, two. You had that one, and then the... you had that one that was in the military, and then you had that other one that also had a whole bunch of kids. You've had a couple of dwarves that have had a whole bunch of kids. But yeah, I can help with some things. I mean, me making pretty patterns on the floor is thanks to Cupo. I always built things in weird, like, winding, wide hallways already, but I try to have, like, some semblance of pattern because of Cupo's work. Although I'm mad at Cupo. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if he's still lurking. I know he was here earlier today, but I'm mad at him because he wasn't streaming right when I ended my stream after having Zach and Tarn on, or I could have raided him with like 200 people. And then he turned his stream on like 15 minutes later. I was like, God damn it! Could have blown some people's minds. But yeah, no, Twitch is my main hustle. This is where I pay my bills. YouTube is kind of like, what's the word? YouTube is where I kind of advertise the fact that I exist, I guess. Bundle is full of little gems. Oh, I think I've seen this before on here. Dude, you should Now I have a question. Is this a game? Or is it a music generator? Be like, out of all of the digging through that bundle, is there like one game that I should try right now? Generates music to calm you while playing? Huh. Interesting. Because I haven't bought the bundle yet, but... But yeah, honestly, at this point, the thing that gives me legitimacy is Tarn giving me an hour and a half to 2 hours of his free time once every 3 to 4 months to talk with me on stream. That's what gives me legitimacy as a broadcaster these days. Which sounds weird, but it's true. It's like, otherwise I'd just be a crazy person, like, putting out YouTube videos about Steam version of Dwarf Fortress once every other week, but instead I'm like kind of an official news source because of that. Which is still weird to me. You don't know if there's one to replace DF? Well, the thing is, tonight I have to go over to my parents' house to do some work, meaning realistically the longest the amount of time I have to stream from here forward is about an hour. So either I could just keep playing Longdeath for another hour, which is fine. I'm down to do that. Make it into like midsummer or something, or late summer. Or we could play something else. That, or I could just wait until another day. Is also totally an option. I mean, tomorrow I will be able to go much later. Just as an example, but... Although I was planning on trying some more Soul Ash tomorrow with some mods, because there's already mods that remove some of the annoying mechanics in that game. Like, I have enough annoying issues with Soul Ash that it's like, I hope that the developer listens to the feedback he's getting about people asking him real nicely to Steam just crashed. Weird. Steam is not responding. But there's enough weird things about that game that I really hope that the developer works on and improves. That I hope it's able to improve a little bit. Like, he's put out 2 hotfixes. The last one was on the 6th. He's already, like, changed a few small things about it, but... What game am I talking about? I'm talking about this game, Soul Ash. This game. This is a game I've played for a little while. Quite a few videos about it on my YouTube channel, including a 45-minute long interview with the dev. But it's a really neat game about being a elder god reincarnated into the life of a mortal. And you basically just run around being a murder hobo, murdering everything until everything kills over, and then you go kill God and become an elder god. It's pretty fun, and it's got a lot of really neat ideas, but its neat ideas are, like, counteracted by terrible ideas that make the game kind of unpleasant to play, even though it's actually really cool. And I hope that he takes the feedback that people are giving him, and improves the game. TLDR, there's a handful of small changes I would make, but they're all doable. So I don't know if I'm going to switch games. I haven't decided yet. Space Pirate, you're Dwarf. You are within the last season you felt enjoyment after playing Make Believe. You are 7 years old. Surround yourself with friends you can trust and you will be unstoppable, says Space Pirate 256. No, you won't. Realistically, if you sat down and played nothing but played Dwarf Fortress 5 hours a day, you'll learn the majority of the game in like 2 weeks. It's not actually that difficult. I think like the biggest thing that keeps people away from Dwarf Fortress is this false sense of this game is impossible. And just realize that this game is very far from impossible. You can absolutely learn the majority of the mechanics in this game in a pretty short period of time. At least the majority of what you need to know in order to play the game efficiently. It's just a matter of, can you learn the mechanics, or are you just going to read what other people say about this game and take their word for it? Because the biggest battle with this game is there's a lot of very incorrect information. There's a lot of very outdated information. There's a lot of very wrong information. If you can get past all that bad information and learn the game, it's not that bad. You don't need to know the keybinds. Knowing the keybinds just speeds the game up. All of the keybinds that you need are presented to you on the screen. You just need to hit tab and pop this menu up. All of your keybinds are right there. If you need to make a zone, hit I, and then it tells you what to do. If you need to build something, hit B, and then it tells you what hotkeys you need to hit. If you need to make a burrow, you hit W, and it tells you what hotkeys you need to hit. You just need to be patient. Adventure mode's the same way. All of the hotkeys are listed. And if you can't find them, hit question mark, and then, well, for adventure mode, select the, thing that you need, which is just keybinds. If you press tab a couple of times, by default, you'll have both of these menus up. Press tab once to make that one go away. Press tab twice to make it minimize, and press tab a third time to hide it. But if you just leave that there, just hit tab a couple times, and you'll have that there all the time. I mean, I don't know all the hotkeys for adventure mode, but I can fumble my way through adventure mode. Also, I don't want to startle you or anything, but if you hit D and you take your mouse. Oh my God. Look at this. Wow. Wow. The problem is it only works up to the default resolution, meaning even though I'm holding the button down, it only goes this far. There is a setting which changes that. What does that do? This is me putting in dig commands. But all of this UI has mouse support. If you really want to click on them. Well, does this? The build screen doesn't. Some of them do. Some of the menus have sort of mouse support for some reason. I'm actually not sure why. But some of them do. Like, doesn't the military screen? Yeah, the military screen has mouse support for some reason. Or part of it. Yeah, it's the inconsistency that's the kicker about it. Is some of the menus have mouse support for some reason that isn't really explained. Chat, does anybody here have experience running DF on Linux? TLDR, yes. It's just a matter of whether or not they're listening. It's like an everything simulator. It's not quite an everything simulator. It's an enough things simulator. It simulates enough things that it's believable, which is all you really need in order to trick your brain into thinking that you're seeing something cool happening. Yeah, you download the Linux version and click run, right? I guess it depends on if you're trying to do something weird or if you're running into compatibility issues. The universe is an everything simulator? I would say everything is an everything simulator. And if you haven't played everything, well, let me tell you about everything. You too could play everything and be everything and play as everything and do everything in everything, the everything simulator. I'm not sure what's happening in that screenshot, but don't worry about it. It's everything. I love that this game exists, even though I've never played it. I watched a stream of it once. See, it's everything. Raw got glassed. Long time. What's up, dude? Whenever I see your name, I think about a game that's just called Glassed. Or a band called Glass, not a game called Glassed. Still learning to play DF? So am I. Perfectly on subject. I think it's time to place that statue. It's a question of where to put it. I think that we'll put this statue up here because I need somebody to tantrum in here and become a vampire eventually. So might as well put more potential possibilities for that to happen. Let's see how that flag looks. Not a bad little flag. Checks out. I'm happy that we were able to get that yellow blop done. Bismuth bronze. Don't quite have enough. Welcome back, Cussy. This is why I let chat handle all of the Linux-related questions. Because while I know a little bit about how Linux works, it's, my experience is minimal, quite literally. It's very much I know a little bit. A very little bit. I finished up some work. That was not satisfying. I know that feeling, King. Put your wife in front of Ubuntu and she was working on it 20 minutes. In 20 minutes with the GUI? What, like making it look better? What exactly would I be surprised about Linux with? Are you saying that it's usable? I know it's usable. I just haven't had a Linux install on one of my computers since, like, 2011, I think. I had an Ubuntu install back then, which I fucked around with for a couple of months. I know it's user-friendly. I don't have an install of it, so I don't have any up-to-date information and can't give you information. When did I say I don't think it's user-friendly? I think I think it also depends on which distro you're using, but... We doing, I think, Wogarden. How's Wogarden? This is the thing that always boggles my mind about chat. Chat assumes that I know absolutely nothing about Linux because I just choose not to give people information that may be incorrect because I don't have anything that's up to date. So you assume that I have no idea what I'm talking about and admitting that I have no idea what I'm talking about. In reality, I'm not. I just would prefer to let people who have more up-to-date information provide information instead of me. Yep. Damn near killed that laptop. Although that laptop was dying anyway. But everybody's just like, oh, you'll be surprised, or you should try it sometime. It's like, I don't have the interest. I have a Raspberry Pi that I'm planning on making a server front end, but I need to build a server rack first. I know how to use Linux, I just don't. Did you see my post on Discord yesterday about taxes fuel? This was my taxes fuel from yesterday. Literally, like, posted this on Discord and Twitter and just said, now I can go do my taxes. You know, it's my taxes fuel. Yes, but I play DF. Don't baby me, amateur. Everybody's always like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, everybody's always on the default defensive with Linux. Fucking stop that shit. Can you Linux a Chromebook? I've never touched a Chromebook, so I have no idea. I don't think I've ever even seen a Chromebook, actually. I've never seen Chrome OS. I can tell you that for fact. I've never seen Chrome OS. But yeah, back when I had unlimited free time, I had a Linux install on my extra laptop. By that, I mean back when I was unemployed. And now I use Windows because I want everything to just work without me having to fuck with it. And the vast majority of stuff for games works on Windows. It's not logical for me to have a Linux as my daily driver. I thought about dual booting for a little bit there and then decided, that's probably a bad idea. I don't really have any use for it. It's like if I want to fuck around in Linux, I would fuck around in a virtual machine. I think what Wogarden is asking is if you can wipe the hard drive of a Chrome OS and install Ubuntu or Arch Linux on it, and the answer is probably. I don't know how much access they give you to that stuff in a Chromebook because I've never used one. And whether or not they require jailbreaking. I actually was dual booting on this PC for a while. I was dual booting Windows 7 and Windows 10 because I was one of those assholes who didn't want to swap over to Windows 10. So I resisted for a bit, and then when I did move over to Windows 10, I dual booted Windows 10 and 7 for about 3 months, and then I realized that I was just using Windows 10 for everything, so I just killed the Windows 7 partition because there was no reason to keep it. But I don't know. Don't. Just because I let chat answer questions that I don't have the answers for immediately in front of me doesn't mean that I'm afraid of something or think it's, like, undoable or something. Which I really wish people on the internet would cease thinking that. Because a lot of you guys have that opinion. Also, this is a weird anomaly. There's ice here. I don't know how it got here or why it's here or where it came from or how it exists there. Because we are in the middle of summer. And it's not underground, it's above ground. There was no water there. There's like an ice floor tile here. Multiples of them. That's bizarre. This is a neat tile set. Yeah, I like this tile set a lot. Someone's gonna insta-freeze? I've seen 3 dwarves walk over top of it and be fine, so I don't think so. I think that was, like, expected ice. I don't think that was random ice. But yeah, there was ice in hot periods yesterday. Maybe? Actually, I don't remember. Well, let's see. You said you would be surprised about Linux. Blind. It's very user-friendly. I know. What am I supposed to be surprised about? What exactly am I supposed to be surprised about? I never said it wasn't user-friendly. I just simply redirected a question to chat. You brought it up. You started it, and yes, you did. It's basically where it begins and ends. There is no discussion outside of that. It was 100% your own doing. Literally. So don't you try and redirect it off of yourself, because that's what you did. Let's see what smoothing that does. What happens if I smooth these ice tiles?
We found it! We found it! We found the guy's wiener!
I was gonna ask you, is that movie any good, Merc? Because like that's a clip from a horror film from the like 80s. Is it any good? Because I'm a big fan of bad, good horror movies. Or is it just a funny line? My God, they're actually smoothing them into ice. Yeah, that's ice. That is bizarre. Huh.
Woo!
I mean, have I seen Troll 2? No, actually. Not in its entirety. I was at I don't think it was a birthday party. I was at a friend's house and drunk a couple of years ago. And they had a very legal version from the great public library known as Sweden of that movie up. And I saw bits and pieces of it, and I think I fell asleep on a sofa around halfway through. But not in its entirety, no. I've seen bits and pieces. I know enough to, like, know the memorable quotes and a few of the famous sequences, but... Yeah, I remember that day because that same day we also watched Independence Day 2. Because they made a sequel to Independence Day. Without Will Smith? Yeah. Yeah, there's a sequel to Independence Day. It's not very good. Why does me typing in indie pop up as Independence Day 2? Yeah, Independence Day Resurgence. We had 20 years to prepare. So did they. Independence Day Resurgence. Yeah. They made a sequel to Independence Day. When did this come out? It's only 120 minutes long. Well, I mean, it made money. Budget was 165 million. It made 190,000 in the box office, or 190 million in the box office. 2016 when that came out. June 2016. Yeah, it's a movie that exists, I guess. That's about it. They made that, unfortunately. And the humans have arrived to trade before the Royal Treasurer. What, they didn't make a... Did they at least keep the Lone Star in the sequel? They literally didn't keep anybody. Actually, that's not true. Why am I blanking the name of the guy who's in fucking Jurassic Park? Jeff Goldblum is in that movie. He's the only, like, returning cast member. Everybody else is, like, it's a whole new cast. See you all tomorrow. Cheers, Hatch. There we go. The other half of the humans have arrived. Hell yeah. I don't think that's a hot take. That's a perfectly logical take. I will take that take, though, and raise you. Jeff Goldblum simply stopped giving a shit about acting and instead is just himself in all of his movies, and he's a charming motherfucker in every movie he's in. And that's about it. He's kind of like Nicolas Cage, except instead of going full insane, he just, like, stopped. I don't know. I like Jeff Goldblum, because Jeff Goldblum is just Jeff Goldblum. And, Jeff Goldblum is Jeff Goldblum, and sometimes I need it to go so Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum is like the wholesome actor that you can like count on. He's not going to be shit in any movie, but he's not really going to stand out or do anything great. Although my favorite film with Jeff Goldblum in it is probably Independence Day, closely followed by Jurassic Park. Those are like my two favorite Jeff Goldblum movies, and in those movies he's just himself anyway. I don't know. He's never been an exceptionally good actor. He's just a really chill dude who's fun to watch and kind of funny and entertaining enough. Did I not like him in The Fly? It's not my favorite movie. It's a fine movie. But if I had to pick a favorite Jeff Goldblum movie, it's not The Fly. The reasoning behind that is I will never watch The Fly again, but I rewatch Independence Day every 3 years. And I will keep rewatching Jurassic Park until I die, so... Idla Thrundalia says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Like, I got nothing against The Fly. Just because I didn't mention The Fly, it doesn't mean it's a bad movie. It's just not my favorite. Yeah, exactly. It's like Sean, or like Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford is a fucking garbage actor. He just is Harrison Ford in all the movies that he's in. He's always been that way. But if you want Harrison Ford in a movie, you get Harrison Ford in a movie. Idla says again on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Which one is that, Merc? Because I have a favorite Nicolas Cage movie and a favorite recent Nicolas Cage movie. My favorite Nicolas Cage movie, like of all time. Oh, is it really? Is over Hot Pants? I saw that movie in a theater and I don't remember that bit. It's even better if you know what it is, Wogard. Because Color Out of Space was fine. But I don't remember him, like, freaking out at the color of Hot Pants. You recently watched Big Trouble Little China? I need to see that again. Con Air is probably the best Nicolas Cage movie, but it's not my favorite. If I had to pick a favorite of all time, it's probably National Treasure. Actually. Even though I will acknowledge that Con Air is a much better movie. National Treasure is probably my favorite. And my favorite recent Nicolas Cage movie is Mandy. Although I haven't seen Pig yet. I really want to see Pig. But I'm sitting here going, I desperately want to see that why am I blanking on the name of this movie? The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Desperately want to see that movie. Cannot wait. I am so excited for that stupid fucking movie. Great. Got a disorderly conduct against Oswix. Yes, he was in Color Out of Space. In Color Out of Space? I didn't think that anything in that movie was terrifying. But then again, I don't really get scared by movies. I found that entire movie to be a cheeseball comedy fest. Like, that movie was amazingly funny. I enjoyed it too. That was a fun movie, but it wasn't scary. I mean, there was like zombie llamas in that movie, like, or were they alpacas? They were alpacas. They were alpacas. And like the weird guy in the shack who's squatting is also real cool. By making it modern, they lost a lot of stuff from it. Yeah, well, I don't think any film rendition of Color Out of Space is ever going to work in the modern sense. Calm as can be, I guess. There was like one scene in that movie that made me kind of jolt, and I guess spoilers for Color Out of Space, but it's the scene when mom, the wife of the family's just like cooking dinner, and then she looks over at the family and says, "Dinner's ready," and she's just like cutting her hand into pieces. Like that whole sequence is just like, Mostly because like I'm squeamish about finger shit. Like cutting off fingers is like one of the few like torture things in movies that'll fuck with me. They made other Ghostbusters movies? I mean, I know they made a cartoon, but I didn't know they made any other Ghostbusters movies. Weird. I must have erased that one from my memory. You know, that might actually make me go see a Superman movie. Oh, speaking of Nicolas Cage, chat. There is blood. Because my captain of the guard is beating the crap out of Oswix. Well, I mean, he probably deserved it. Is Oswix going to prison? No, it's just a beating. Wow. Dwarves get to play doctor now. Feels loathing after being beaten. Well, I know that they've made like 4 Ghostbusters movies total now, or 5, I think. The most recent one had like Stranger Things kids in it. Anyway, I have no interest in watching the other ones. The first Ghostbusters is like a time and place movie that is perfect, and I hope that they never, and I'm glad that they've never gone like full George Lucas and changed it. And outside of that, like none of those movies need to exist. But as far as Nicolas Cage goes, so they're making a BioShock movie, chat room. Also, by the way, you're welcome, Wogarden, that you found that. They're making a BioShock movie, right? Netflix is making a BioShock movie, a live-action BioShock movie. And we don't know anything about casting, directors, or anything, but we do know that it's the same studio that made It, the recent 2 It movies, as well as various other horror films. And they're quite a well-known production house, although they've made some stinkers, such as that Death Note live-action thingy for Netflix and a few other things that are not so great. But what if they cast the... Because like it's going to be in Rapture, right? There's no way in hell they're going to make a BioShock. There's no way in hell they're going to make BioShock in anywhere but Rapture. Like, of course, if they make a BioShock movie, it's going to be underwater. It's going to be in Rapture. Make the main character in the movie a silent protagonist and cast him as Nicolas Cage. Please. Netflix, you have one opportunity to not fuck this up. Make sure that they cast Nicolas Cage as the player character, or whoever the main character stand-in, as a silent protagonist for the BioShock movie. Please. I just want to see Nicolas Cage screaming, firing bees out of his hand, and like holding a crowbar in the other hand, or a wrench in the other hand, and just like running at a bunch of like, you know, scary mutants and little girls with giant big daddies everywhere. Cowboy Bebop isn't regarded well. Yeah. Death Note was a great manga. The anime was meh, and the movies were meh. I mean, I would watch a Half-Life movie with Nicolas Cage as Gordon Freeman. I would watch that. No questions asked. He could grow the goatee. He could pull it off. Just give him the glasses. It would work. You could do that. I'd watch that. Chat, tell me you wouldn't watch that. You'd watch that. Come on, you know you would. I mean, we already had the Five Nights at Freddy's movie with Nicolas Cage as the Doom guy in Five Nights at Freddy's. If anybody missed it, just look up Willy's Wonderland. Wonderfully terrible movie. Excellent, like, hour and 25 minutes of Nicolas Cage beating the shit out of animatronic creatures. So fucking good. It is a really, really, really stupid movie that isn't even remotely scary. So fucking dumb. It is so fucking dumb. But man, that was a great like hour and 25 minutes of just stupid. He kills one of them with a toilet plunger. If you've never seen this movie, it came out in 2021. Nicolas Cage doesn't say a word in this movie. And it's just him beating the shit out of animatronics that are definitely just people in costumes. And just getting covered in blood repeatedly, and then taking a shower, and then doing it again. It is such a stupid movie. It's an exceptionally stupid movie, but it's great. It's like maybe my favorite flavor of recent crazy for Nicolas Cage. It's so good. It is so good. It's a terrible movie, but it's great. Yeah, Nicolas Cage was also great in Kick-Ass. I always forget that Kick-Ass exists because I saw the sequel to Kick-Ass, unfortunately. The first Kick-Ass, great movie. Has way better than it has any right to be. Should have just been a terrible movie, but is like just way too fucking entertaining. And then that second one was so offensively terrible, I like erased the first one from my memory until people mention it. Like, God, that movie was bad. It's probably just bad because it didn't have Nicolas Cage in it, because spoilers, Nicolas Cage dies in Kick-Ass. But, you know, just... good movie. You know, fun fact, Kick-Ass was the first R-rated movie that I got into as a kid who wasn't allowed into R-rated movies yet. Like, literally, me and my friend Ash went to the movie theater. We bought tickets for another movie and then walked into Kick-Ass. I think we were like 16. I want to say we were like 16 or 17. I can't remember what year that movie came out, but I was around that age. It was very much the like, you're not old enough to see this movie. All right, we'll go see this movie instead. And they're like staring at you like, gonna do. Chat, did you ever sneak into a movie you weren't legally allowed to watch yet, technically? You were seeing Chicken Run, huh? I definitely downloaded an illegal copy of American Pie. That was one of the best piracy rounds I ever did. You never snuck into any movies in theaters? Man. Yeah, missed out. It was like the only good reason to go to movie theaters is so you could sneak in. Watch movies you weren't supposed to watch. We just got let in to whatever for at 14 on. Hell yeah. Man, American Pie. American Pie is like not a movie that ages all that well. But my God, I love to just like randomly reference that movie to see who gets it. Considering the first American Pie literally coined the term MILF. Like, that's literally where that term comes from, is that movie. That is the first usage of that movie, or of that word in the English language, is in that movie. Because of the two stupid teenagers were like, oh man, that chick's a MILF. It was like a throwaway joke in that movie. You know, I wouldn't recommend seeing Chicken Run. Because you know what movie I remember fondly? It's American Pie. You know what I don't remember fondly is Chicken Run. That is a movie about concentration camps and industrial farming. That is a terrifying movie. You really didn't like American Pie? I'm so sorry. I loved that movie. Conan the Barbarian? Yeah, that checks out. You'd need to sneak into that. I don't know. I think when I saw American Pie, I was the perfect age for it, which is funny because those are like those are rated R movies, yet like I think you need to be about 14 in the brain to enjoy those movies. That's like that shit and Superbad. Although Superbad's still funny. I rewatched that movie recently. The movie ages pretty well. Like way better than I expected it to. I expected that, like I rewatched that movie a couple of years ago and I thought it would be terrible, but a lot of rated R movies are like that. A lot of rated R comedies are like that. You have to be kind of a child in the brain to enjoy them. Or just have low standards for humor. Superbad holds up because when Seth Rogen is trying to write a movie and trying really hard, he's very funny. Conan the Barbarian is all as old as you. That's the one with Arnie in it, right? I saw that on TV once years ago. At my grandma's house, I think. So what, 12 years before I was born? I'm born in 94. I missed the 90s more or less because I don't remember any of it. Which is a huge shame. Majority of people who watch my streams are older than me. Which is funny, Merc, because it took me years to convince my dad that most of the people who watch my streams are either my age or older. My dad was convinced for the first few years I did this that everybody who watched my stream was either fake and a Chinese bot or an infant, basically, like under 15. He's like, why would anybody over 15 watch video games on the internet? It's like, Dad, most of the people who watch my streams are like adults. That's like the average age of people who watch this streamer is like 22 to 34. It's like the lowest age category for this stream in my YouTube channel is like under that age-wise. Armor, what's up? Good to see you. Your Vine's viewer average. Yay! You're the most common denominator. Hoshan, the dwarven child, has been possessed. It's a pity that you just tuned out, that Hoshan just tuned out like 20 minutes ago. Crutches.
It's been a while. Cheers, blind and friends, Crypt Bear.
I've been getting that a lot recently, that it's been a while. A lot of people have been doing other things for the last month and a bit, which is probably for the best, frankly. Brick of Clay, thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back. Almost a year of that you've clicked that button worth of time. Thanks for continuing to click that button. But I hope that you're well, Clay. Also, I think tomorrow morning is a Dwarf Fortress news day. Based on the schedule that they're on right now, there probably will be some sort of post tomorrow. Till next time, amateur. So there is that. Am I supposed to know who Omni-Man is? I assume I am. See how Banana is doing. Still not depressed. Man, I don't believe I've ever had a dwarf get that resentful and not actually gain any depression from it. That's incredible. I'm assuming that the, yes, the humans are leaving. I know about that. Cussy. All I have to say is, goddamn, Aperture Desk Job was great. That was a lovely little game. Would it be stupid of me to say that that might end up being my game of the year? Or at the very least, top 5. Like, that is the happiest I've been playing a video game all year so far. I never saw Oz. That was the recent Wizard of Oz, yeah? Or recent-ish. Oh, that Oz. Okay. I also haven't seen that. I haven't seen almost anything that's on HBO exclusively. Because they've done a very good job of making HBO very difficult to watch legally if you live in Canada. Also, I think it's 700 bits to do the lemon rant. There's like a chunk of the lemon rant if you cheer exactly 700 bits. But everybody always does a 666 because it's easier to remember and sillier. It's probably on YouTube by now. Isn't most things on YouTube? Assuming you're willing to watch weird old resolutions. Or it's rentable on YouTube. Well, child is grabbing silver. Clips of it are there at least. I mean, there's always clips. There's always clips. Without fail, there's clips. Also, for anybody who tuned in the last, like, 20 minutes, itch.io is doing another one of those crazy, big, stupid, massive, humongous, giant, epic, bajillion, 5,241 games. In fact, there's one more as of, like, the last time I refreshed, because it was 991. It was actually 982 when I started today. It's up to 992. So for $10 donation to Ukraine, you can get 573 games, 317 tabletop/physical games, 51 game asset packs, 9 game soundtracks, 8 tools, 10 comics, 22 books, and whatever miscellaneous is. And you can also help me with the blind is helping command, but this is not in the blind is helping command. There's a lot of games in there. A lot of very good games, including Super Hot. So, you know, if you've never played Super Hot, I'm pretty sure this is like... Also, Baba is used in there. So, you know. For $10, you can do something good for the world. And for any amount, you could throw money at my Tiltify campaign. Which so far has gotten me one poor take in a YouTube comment. I posted it in the community section of my YouTube. But another child was born today, so we have another brand new baby girl. So if you would like to join the fortress right now for the low, low price of raising your hand in the chat, we have a brand new baby girl in the fort. Any takers? This is for Longdeath. Merc, I think you have one. Back. Do you? I don't want to, like, accuse you of a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you do have one. Just looking to see if there's anybody here who hasn't had one. I don't think Cussie's had one in this fort. No, Wendigo hasn't had one. I'm looking for people who haven't had one before. I am playing favorites, sorry. I think I will give it to Cussie then. Cussie is the daughter of Imush and Kosoth, and she is a worshipper of Shistek and a worshipper of Shistek. Was that this fort? No, that was the other fort. Wendigo. I have 2 forts. Also, the other one is over, and I think you died in that fort, actually. Given your track record, you'll die fast? Doubtful. Generally, dwarves live to the maximum possible age in this fort, unless they go insane in the first 10 years. She is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She is a pessimist and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She tends to consider what others think of her and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she has a greedy streak. She doesn't handle stress well, and she acts with compassion. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. When she gets exasperated, she often points and shakes her finger, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. She likes mudstone, lead, chrysoprase, persimmon wood, groundhog leather, giant hippo, parchment, and gems, and armor stands and catapult parts and cows for their hunting moos. The sound of the satin of rhyming, and prefers to consume... I don't even know what siamang is. Teff beer and squashes. And personally sees introspection as important and dreams of mastering a skill. Her hair is clean shaven. Her somewhat narrow, protruding cobalt eyes have large irises, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe. So you're a bald baby with big eyes. You did in fact die? That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure you died in the other fort, and also, like, the other fort is not Longdeath. This is Longdeath. Longdeath is a separate fort from the other world. It's actually running a different version of the game, too. But we'll be playing in that world again. We'll be playing in that world again tomorrow. Oh, you might need raw green glass. Oh, we already have rock green glass. Well, we're making more then. So I'm assuming... Maybe he just needs more raw green glass bones. It's bones. Now we just need to wait for one of those to get slaughtered. I love that animal care is the job that you have to give things so that they go and slaughter animals. Like animal care. Yeah, the one where you go and murder animals. The bundle has 1 billion games. That's a lie. It has like 500, and yes, one of them is Celeste. I think I now own like 8 copies of Celeste because of all of the different... My god, there's literally like 3 to 5 bundles being sold in that per second. This is definitely the most money I've seen an itch.io bundle make in the first 24 hours. It's like, I want to say the Black Lives Matter made like roughly 2 million. The Black Lives Matter bundle made roughly 2 million in the first 10 days. But I can't remember what it ended at. Also, if you would like a Steam-like launcher for your itch games, there's a link to the itch app. It's still DRM free and whatnot. It just gives you a little browser to launch them out of. Makes it easier to remember what's installed if you don't use folders like the old days. No problemo. I use the itch app, so. Although sometimes when they have particularly large bundles like that one, their app breaks. Which I think is kind of amazing, actually. Like, it refuses to load the download page. Currently, it seems to be working, but... Maybe they've improved it, but I do remember the Justice for Palestine bundle broke their launcher. And the web page to download the launcher for like 24 hours. Which is kind of incredible. Aren't 99% of babies bald with big eyes? Not baby dwarves. Human babies, yeah. And I would just like to reiterate my discovery today, and that's if you open up a blank notepad file and press F5, it gives you a timestamp. That's my mind blown. I had no fucking idea. How did I not know this sooner? Discovery from this morning. Baby dwarves are often born with beards. All male baby dwarves are born with beards. Like to have their beards wrapped around them in a blanket. Yeah, it's how baby dwarves stay warm. Then they live on mom's shoulders until they can walk. Hmm. Hmm. Can just have glass making. I think I have any glass makers in the fort right now. No sandbag, okay. Oh, I don't have any glass furnaces right now? No, I have magma glass furnaces. Plenty of doors have glass making. Not locked anywhere. Oh, never mind. It was just bones that you needed. Specifically the shoulder mom's using when mom isn't drinking, yes. Speaking of mom isn't drinking, bored to beers is beers. Hi, beers. How are you? I was going to say bored to beers is drinking, but I don't know if you are, so. Bored to beers is beers. What's up, man? How's things? Man, it's been a weird month. I think that's fair to say. Been a weird month, chat. It has been a weird month. For a while, I got medical stuff happening. May change your name. Bored to no more beers, maybe? Yeah, I understand that. Although this month is only 8 days in. It's been a weird year. How's that? 22 has managed to be weirder than 2020 in a lot of ways, which... bizarre. That's just called nerve damage, and I got plenty of that to spare. Someone has pointed out that they think it's amazing that in the interview with Sack and Tarn that I did last week, I bleeped out the thing that they weren't supposed to announce yet, but didn't bleep out the cursing around it. They're just like, you bleeped out the... You bleeped out all of the... you bleeped out all of the... spoilers, but I didn't bleep out the... did I just fuck up? You just fucked up before and after. Because it's just like, beep! And then, Zach's just like, oh, did I just fuck up? And then Tard's like, you just fucked up. That's fine. We're going to have a lot of beep. Swearing isn't illegal. Yeah, true. That's the perfect way of bleeping. Just to anybody who's only watched the YouTube video, remember that like that VOD is still just publicly available and viewable on my Twitch channel. So if you actually want to find out what it is, you can just go watch the VOD on the Twitch channel. It's not going anywhere. Stray Unicorn Bone, Rectangular Fire. They didn't actually break any NDAs, I don't think. But they did say a thing that they weren't supposed to say. Alder Logs, Pigtail Cloth, Sheep's Wool Cloth, Raw Green Glass, Silver Bars, Rectangular Fire, Opals, Stray Unicorn Bone. Because they did ask me to mute it in the YouTube VOD, but they like didn't ask me to delete the Twitch VOD, so. I'm operating under the rules. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to, what they asked me to do. Although TLDR, that thing I had to bleep out made me way too excited. Way too excited. Just, you know, as a fan of video games, very excited. Man, we're putting our time into Longdeath today. What time of year is it? Late summer, man. Most time we put into Longdeath in one run in a very while. In a very long while. You're going to bed? Cheers. I mean, I'm not going to be on too much longer. Gotta go over to my parents' house, so. Turns out we ain't swapping games today. We're just doing the one. In fact, we'll finish up this artifact and hit fall, I think. And that's probably where I'll call it for the day, because I've been live for almost 9 hours. Smuttering Alak Sebsur with Hoshan. Gotta wake up early and head to work in a toasty minus 16. Nice! It's cozy. Bundle up. Yeah, I have to go over to my parents' house tonight to do some work for them, so. Tomorrow, if the stream is late, it's because I'm editing. But, stream should be on normal time. Although I don't know what they would be able to post for that. For tomorrow. I do wonder. Hoshan, the Dwarven child, has created Alec Sebsur, an Alder ring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Kosoth Guildscales. It's literally the dwarf's parent. And Hoshan has made the Humor of Veils. It's worth 45,600 in Alder ring. This is an alder ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with alder and pigtail, and encircled with bands of sheep wool, sheep wool, and single-cut green glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of green glass. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in fire opal. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in unicorn bone. It's an alder ring. I didn't even think about that, Brack Diesel. But, what's up? That's funny. That is funny. I think you're confusing that with a video game called Onion Ring. You know, I was actually watching my stream team member and friend, Ballinar, streaming that the other day. And I kind of came to the conclusion that if I enjoyed FromSoft games, like if I enjoyed the way those cameras work, which is the main reason I don't play them, is because I'm not a huge fan of how the camera in those games work. I find it more difficult than fun to actually play. If I enjoyed those games, I think that I would absolutely adore Elden Ring. I love everything about that game, that style of gameplay, or that style of gameplay discoverability. Yeah. May my fort prosper. Well, we'll be on tomorrow. Till we see ya. Time to go. You have a good night. That was a good time to tune out. Like I said, I'm only a little bit longer. Hey, Stone, this is a genuine question for you. Would you prefer we roll through into fall and have more paperwork for you today, or wait until next time? It's up to you. Totally up to you. You know? Indifference? Feel ya. I'm just sitting here and trying to figure out in my head if I have enough ingredients to make pesto in my house. Because I want pesto, and I don't have any pesto. Poor dwarf. This dwarf should not be depressed. Actually, hold up. This dwarf was purple depressed. Like, this dwarf was as far gone as they could be. And has been for a very long time, but they're red now. Is that possible? Also, this dwarf got married? Okay, so this is the cutest thing ever. We have two excessively beyond, like, should be dead dwarves. We have two dwarves that should be dead because they are so depressed. And the only reason that they're not is because they've both made artifacts. And they're married. And they got married after they were both utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. Belinair and Jimmy Tibby got married after being as depressed as a dwarf possibly can be and getting jailed multiple times for tantruming. That's crazy. Actually. I know Tarn once mentioned it's supposed to be a bug that they're not supposed to be able to come back from being purple depressed. But I have seen it happen, Clino. And I think I might be wrong, but my assumption as to why that happens is it's a situation where because when they're purple depressed, they can go melancholic. And when they go melancholic, they're supposed to just starve to death. They're supposed to just stop eating and just wander around aimlessly until they die. But if they've made an artifact, they can't go melancholic. So or they can, but they'll snap out of it and go and eat. So I think it is possible for them to recover. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. That's interesting. I mean, right now, this dwarf is running around oblivious to reality, but they'll snap out of it when they get thirsty. Although it's kind of great that he's just running through the waterfall repeatedly. That is funny. Speaking of waterfalls, I should turn this off because we're getting close to that time of year. Anyway, there goes the Elden Ring. But, chat, I think this is where we'll call it. We haven't quite made it to fall, but we started the fort when it was 375 years old, and now the fortress is 377 years old. And it is 6 o'clock. Means I have to go catch a bus in 20 minutes to go over to my parents' house. So, my goal in my mind didn't succeed, which is I was hoping that this bundle for Ukraine would be at $2 million before I finished my stream today, but I mean, they're pretty fucking close to 2 million, considering they were just under 1 million when I woke up this morning. And when I started my stream, they were at just under 1.1 million. Almost at 2 million. So fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. It's been fun. Cheers, man. I don't know if there's Dwarf Fortress news tomorrow. There might be, there might not be. I don't have a confirmation yet. But if I'm late tomorrow, it's probably because I'm editing something. If you want to support the stuff I do directly and help me pay bills, Patreon's the best way to do that. If you want to help me keep Discord partner, join my Discord and post a meme, because I need like 11 more active people on my Discord in order to keep Discord partner. So, I mean, they send me cool mugs and shit. And also give us like some benefits on the Discord server that makes streaming records possible without us boosting the server. If you want to watch more Dwarf Fortress stuff than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, there's a link to the YouTube video. And YouTube channel. And I think that is everything. If you want to join my Stream Team's Discord server, there's a link to that. And if you want to help me raise money for Ukraine, there's a link to that. We've been going up pretty consistently by like $50 to $100 a day. It's pretty good. We're currently 40 cents below 420, so smoke them if you got them. Still counts. The goal doesn't matter, and it doesn't have an end date. It's just going to stay there until it doesn't need to be there anymore.